in the real world.
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
No,
that's like hella illegal.
it's half the fun.
Right? Alright, welcome everyone. Episode 2 of Blightward. Yay, we made it! Yay!
Nobody died! Well, some civilians. But...
Some civilians died, and a couple cultists. And a giant inkly bear.
I don't know who made the ash
no
pile.
one died.
You sure that thing qualifies as a bear?
We discussed this. It's a creature of Grimm.
Pretty much.
Dissipated.
Pretty much. It did. It dissolved into a pile of goo. Which actually kind of leads into the first part, the recap. Would anyone like to do the recap?
I mean, I suppose I could. I've been taking...
You host. You did a lot of the things.
I did a lot of the things.
I don't remember everything that pretty much happened.
Go ahead.
I have a pretty good memory, so I don't...
Go ahead and do the recap. For for the new people and whoever's listening.
It was a peaceful day in Blightward. Peaceable. It was a standard day.
It was not standard day. Get your facts straight.
Well, it was a standard day for a festival.
Yeah, for the beginning of it, yes.
Our motley crew was enjoying the festivities in whatever way that they turned up. Some of us were singing on stage, others were causing trouble with the guard, being merchants, or just plain old enjoying the festivities in whatever way, shape, or form they can.
Staring menacingly from the corner of a building.
Pretty much. During the lighting ceremony, the actor, singer, noticed that there was something...
I'm an idol.
I'll call you a bard.
I am a bard, but I am an idol.
So the bard Kurumi noticed something was wrong with the pedestal for the flame that was to be lit, and stopped the guards. Unfortunately, the people responsible for it had a backup plan and summoned and used the pedestal to summon a creature. We're not sure what it is yet, and took out a few civilians and caused mass hysteria between the two nations. The captain of the guard showed up, helped us. We beat the monster with minimal casualties. I believe we only had 3.
I think a whole 3 civilians died.
Hey, that's minimal casualties. And we've been informed that the queen wishes to speak with us, and that's where we left off.
Pretty much, yes. So yeah, you guys were this purple Harengon had walked up to you and had basically requested you all to come along to go visit the queen, who had requested an audience with you all. And it was not an option to even the people that were trying to shy away. But we did take a moment for Lucius to say a quiet prayer to those that had been departed. So yes, on your way, you guys are being escorted by a few guards, but mostly just this purple Harengon here, clad in shiny silver armor, full... Well, actually, no, I think she's got chainmail. She's got chainmail armor with a spear and a shield. And she leads you down the cobblestone roads. And you notice that you are, with it being the very top layer of the bridge that is Threshold, you are passing all these different shops and houses. Kane, you are very familiar with this, being as this is your home. However, these are very more high end compared to your home, which is, I believe, a few rungs down in the bridge system. Though not completely out of your reach, your family has managed to kind of work their way up, and this is kind of like their next goal, in essence, is to, maybe at least open up a shop up here on this nicer level where they will be able to kind of bring in a little bit further income. As you're being escorted, you realize that there's still kind of terror in the civilians, having experienced this dilemma that they had been forced into. A couple of people are whispering of like, "Did you hear what happened?" And other people are, one saying that there was some big like street war. There was a large creature that managed to find its way into the city. Another saying that there were inner workings of an underground like thieves guild managed to get taken out. Lots of different rumors here and there of what it was that caused, though you all know the truth of the matter. As you're all walking past, I want you all to roll perception checks for me.
$17.
I don't see it.
10.
Oh.
6.
Lucius has a 7. All right.
Oh.
I think. Wait, Zelios, are you? Perfect.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is great. Okay.
Turtle got a 27.
Turtle has a 27.
I rolled a natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, great, because this works. Anyone who rolled over a 12 would happen to notice another feline friend is following up behind you guys, maybe like a couple paces back. And let's introduce our new character. Give us a little description and whatever else you would like us to know about your character.
I'm a monk. I come from a little area around from where she's from. I've been following her to make sure she's safe. My village doesn't really know if it's a good idea for her to be out here. I've just been kind of hanging out in the background. It's really nerve-wracking. I don't like to talk much, but meow.
For real though, the second turtle sees him, she's jumping down, she's getting very excited. The most energy you've seen out of her, instant zoomies.
I just kind of rub up against Turtle a little.
Very
And just
excited
stare.
cat zoomies, yeah.
And just stare at everybody with dilated eyes.
Classic cat behavior.
If we could please hurry up, the queen is very much expecting us. And she'll, the purple Harengon will take the spear and kind of do like one of those pounding the butt into the ground just to like gather your attention. This way. And you'll notice that the rear guard waits for you to proceed further along the path, making sure that no one gets left behind in the foray of people. And you notice that as you're walking, you're not really having to deal with the foot traffic. Everyone seems to be parting like the Red Sea, like as you are walking down the path, knowing full well that this paladin is escorting you to a place of importance.
I could get used to this.
Yeah.
As you
Some people are a bit too pompous.
as you get closer to your destination, you begin to see, like in the distance, a large building made out of this white marble. You can you see the banner of a white field with a silver moon surrounded by a golden circle. And this is the banner of Lunaria. And you begin to realize that this is basically the what's the word I'm looking for? The establishment for that country here in this city, because the city is the central point of both Lunaria and Viridia. This is where government officials of Lunaria stay when they are here within the city, especially during times of festivities, such as the Festival of Unity. It is very heavily guarded. All the soldiers are adorning very similar sigils on their upper left shoulder, which holds a silver cape and the symbol itself is gold. The soldiers step aside as this paladin ushers you through the front gates, and the iron gates close behind you, ensuring that no one else is following you all in. As your feet echo through the halls, the very vast halls that are inside this building, you see paintings of the different kings, queens, the figureheads of royalty of the country, as you are led up to this giant oak door. The Harengon pounds on the door several times and says, "Your Majesty, at your request, the adventurers," as she opens up the door and ushers you all in. As you all walk through the doors, she closes the door behind you all and immediately puts a hand to her chest and drops to one knee, her head bowed low.
Well, Mist is going to follow suit. When in Rome, act as a Roman.
Cormac's gonna stay middle of the pack and do the same. Begin kneeling.
I mean, I'm gonna stick with the group, but I'm a cat. I bow to no one.
Yeah. Sorry, Kurumi doesn't do any sort of that. She does like a sort of like semi-formal adheration like that, but she doesn't do any like getting on a knee. It's more of just like a sort of formal like curtsy. But
Honest- I'll probably just sit and start licking my paws.
This is the
I'll just.
Mick will do the same.
what was that, Kane?
I said I'll just do bows and just proper etiquette.
You hear, "This is the queen." "Oh, it's okay, Ayla." These are our honored guests. They are here at my behest. These brave souls who managed to protect our city when everyone else fled or did nothing. Please, come forward. And as you look up, you see Queen Seraphina. I'm not sure how this is going to work, so we're going to test it out here. Yeah, here we go. Is Queen
Beautiful.
Seraphina.
Just cover the whole thing.
Yep, we're just going to cover the whole thing.
Perfect.
So, Queen Seraphina, beautiful golden flowing hair, wearing a nice deep forest green dress that almost seems to turn this like blue color as you kind of view it in different light, with gold trim, beautiful deep green eyes. As she walks towards you all, stepping away from the throne that is within this room. Kind adventurers, brave adventurers, I've called you here for a task. Of course, where are my manners? I am Seraphina Dawnstar, Queen of Lunaria. The light of our lands owes you a debt for your bravery. Had you not acted, the Festival of Unity might have ended in mourning. Though you are essentially strangers within our city, you did what many could not and would not do. You stood, you fought this beast when others fled, and that to me speaks louder than titles or bloodlines or even country. I have seen many battles, I've faced many beasts, but nothing quite like this from what rose from that flame. I cannot say if it was even from this world or any world that I'm aware of, or even what my scholars would even know of. However, this thing of rot and corruption, I fear, is not an isolated act. Some would probably say it was sabotage. Others, dark magic, or maybe even some divine intervention from some of the gods, but whatever it is, whoever sent it just wants to put the world into chaos and madness. So I ask you, brave adventurers, if you would do me a boon and investigate this act. You were there in the fray of it all, fighting this creature. Like I said, standing when no other else would stand. I feel that you would be the best fit to investigate this in case more happens to trouble this city and this festival. The festival must go on. We cannot stop this festival. For if
On that we can agree.
yes, doing that would cause a despair to
Canceling the festival would only feed into what they desire.
exactly. And with these events happening more and more as of late, and with the blackened veil ever growing, we need more reasons to celebrate than we do to fear and tremble.
Wow.
Oh, such a cute cat.
Well, I mean, I'll still be in the area for a while because I still have more performances to do. Gonna have to change my next one though, but I have a good plan for it.
The people trust me to keep them safe. but I can't protect what I cannot see, and I cannot be everywhere at once, and so I often refer to those much more capable than myself, even, to be my hands within the lands. And so I ask you, can you help us uncover these people, this organization, find where they hide, what they plot, and if you can, just cut the root out of them before they grow? Would you be so kind as to...
I would love to bring more hope to these people, and that would surely do it.
I mean, I can.
After all, it's my duty to bring joy and hope to these people, to all people. And she looks at the cats. Other people. All peoples.
Yeah, we know cats are. I'm just kidding.
Cats are people.
Well,
That's
as a not
addressing that the cats are people.
as a,
I said I was just kidding.
as a people,
We're gonna have to start a cats' rights campaign over here.
Cats' rights campaign.
but no, I can also confirm that this is not the only time this has happened. This isn't the first time I've seen this happen personally. And the fact that it's spreading across the land is actually kind of very concerning. Even if I'm not part of this kingdom, it's happening elsewhere.
I have a minor personal interest in this. I've know very little of that thing myself, but I'm interested in what that thing was.
I think Zelios asked a question in the chat
Yep.
too.
She'll snap the queen snaps her fingers and gives a nod to Ayla, the purple heron god who is that led you here. As you see the heron god simply nod her head and proceed to leave the chambers. The queen looks to you, Lucius, and says, I do not have any leads. However, I have just informed the guard to cordon off the area for your investigative purposes, telling them not to touch anything, not to disturb the beacon of Unity, so that you may investigate the area. I have, as I've said, I have also kind of heard very similar things happening in other places. This, as you are, I'm assuming, Turtle, you were saying that to the queen?
Yes,
Okay.
that I can confirm that this happened actually back in our homeland.
She'll say, your homeland? Where, pray tell, is your homeland?
I acknowledge that you are the leader of your people, and out of respect, I mean this in the nicest way possible, I'm not going to tell you. Our people are a scarce race, and the only reason we have thrived for so long is we have not mingled or shared location with others.
My apologies. I did not wish to sound intruding. I simply was curious as to if it was close by.
What I can tell you is that what happened in our home was different from what happened here, but similar. It didn't leave when we killed it.
That is...
It tainted the land around it.
Mip will walk a circle around, plop in front of her, and proudly proclaim,
Yeah, he
She'll,
doesn't talk.
she'll quizzically look at the meowing cat. He doesn't.
He doesn't trust people.
Ah. That is very troubling to hear, though, and probably a good idea that I had cordoned off the area to investigate in case it decides it is going to plague this area as well. It's very disturbing.
I don't know how it affects most people, but those of us who are naturally attuned to the land's magic, it's starting to affect how and what we cast. So it's not just a physical corruption, but a spiritual one as well.
Oh dear, that is worse than we all feared. Then I would be safe to say that any place with the Blight might be of import. I would even say going to the Blackened Vale up in Josefa might be another place of information, as they are consistently fighting these creatures and the Blight, so to speak, regularly as it ever grows. But as far as any further leads than that, I'm afraid I do not have further information. I would first suggest taking a look at the affected area first and foremost. When you are ready, of course. We will keep it cordoned off until you are ready to investigate it properly, of course.
It is best to take precaution because it seems like these slime creatures are unpredictable.
Her gaze will move over the rest of you who have scarce said anything as far as your place within the investigation. Wanted to confirm if you are indeed ready to take on this task.
I mean,
The only question
Kurumi will just like glance for Mist and let Mist know. Clearly, she's indicating you just tell her, and she'll.
well, Mist is going to nod along like, yeah, this is not a. It's not uncommon for him to hear about this, and he kind of wants to investigate it himself.
My bunny friend here is also in. He can't exactly voice his own. Actually, wait. What if I do? Go ahead and speak. I'll voice your for you right now. Well, people don't know.
Well, he's going to look around and test.
Kurumi will give you a nod. Just be like,
He's going to start off with test. Well, that's better. I've heard from other sailors about things like this happening too, and honestly, I was kind of getting worried that it would come here. So I am most definitely on board with helping out.
I do believe people can make an Arcana check against this if they want, though.
Against how he's speaking?
Yes. Yes, they can. If anyone desires.
Nope. Good
No?
over here.
I'm good.
All right. Then, as far as you're aware, the bunny has spoken.
Bunny has spoken.
The bunny has spoken.
It's okay, cats do that too.
About time I get a split out the door. Start having my own adventures, so I'm down.
My only question is compensation for dangers.
Oh, of course, of course. I wouldn't ask you to do this free. I mean, how rude of me. Of course, you'll be very compensated for this. I will say, how does he ponders for a moment? For your brave acts today and fighting off these creatures and starting this investigation, I will reward you 300 gold. You can no, to split amongst you all. And if you manage to root out this vile evil, I will do everything in my power to grant you one wish each. Magical, financial, whatever it may be.
All right, I'm in.
Pretty strong fucking wish I already have in my head.
Within her capabilities.
It could be.
Whoa.
Could be. It's like, goddamn.
Be level 20.
Goddamn. Yeah, let me just become a god and snap my fingers. No, I'm just kidding.
Now, bitch.
The one I was thinking of is I have every spell in my spell book.
Oh,
Tuna
man.
sounds pretty nice.
Tuna sounds nice. It does.
Yeah, I don't
sound-
think she can help you with that though, because she'd have to know every spell or have access to every spell.
I mean,
And-
she's a
well,
queen.
She's a queen of
Just because she's
town.
royalty does not mean that she has every spell. She would have a good number, sure, but your wish she
Yeah.
can't grant.
Seeing as how we can't carry gear or armor, tuna sounds nice.
Yeah, tuna sounds super good.
I don't know who you said that to, if you even said it out loud or not.
Each
but-
other.
To each
Other.
other? Okay. We just,
I don't
it was
think
your
Nip-
mouse.
I don't think Mip has actually talked to anyone yet. I don't think anyone knows that he can talk. He's just meowing this
Just
whole time.
meowing. Uh,
It's an actual cat, guys.
she snaps her fingers again as you see this halfling, or no, sorry, not a halfling. You see another. You see a Vulpin. And actually, can I pull her up? I can probably add her into here. Let's see here if I can find it. There we go.
Oh, we got a sneak peek of his files.
You did, yes.
He's a librarian.
She's a librarian. There we go. So you see another Vulpin come in with her glasses right on towards like the very tip of her nose, as she comes in with a bag, a small little purse satchel, and hands it out to all of you in general. 300 gold pieces per requested.
Per person.
Not
A lot.
quite.
I kind of raise a paw up toward the glasses, like I'm sorry that your eyesight is bad, considering that's probably supposed to be one of your best features.
She thinks that you're just trying to play, and so instead reaches down and goes to scratch at the very top of your head.
Oh, he likes that.
So there were 6 of us who did the fight. Are we splitting the 300 between just those of us that fought? Or are we gonna add our new cat friend for that?
Well, if we do by 6, it's even. If we do by 7, it's very much. It's not.
I did
Yeah.
not participate.
What if you do it by 5? Because I have no need for money.
No?
That also works.
60
I'll just-
each.
I'll just eat your guys' food. I'm good.
Yeah, because I can't carry gear really. I
You
just took
carry money.
I just took starting money as a thing instead because I couldn't have any gear. I'm a cat.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
so I
small
got a
pockets,
pouch.
guys.
I have a little like neckerchief.
Are you
pouch.
gonna voice to the party that you don't particularly
Yeah,
need
no,
your
she
share of gold then? You just like what?
Y'all dishing out tuna. I'm down.
No, she definitely voices to the party. I have no need for funds. Split it amongst yourselves.
So then it'd be 60 for the 5 of us
60 per person.
humanoids.
Perfect.
I just thought I mean, my character is gonna assume that you're just gonna want everything that the humans want because you're no different to her. That's why she didn't bow to the queen. So if you're sure you don't need it, of course, that just obviously you're not likely to pay for your own stuff. So we'd probably have to pay for what you want anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be needing any extra rooms. I won't be needing too much extra food. I don't use weapons. I don't wear armor. I don't need any gear. And I can't use most items, so I'm good.
Let's see. Where
I added my gold.
And I added mine, so.
I added my 60.
She then reaches behind her and pulls out this silver and gold brooch that is very similar to what the guards had as you walked in. However, this one's a little bit more decorative. There's a little bit more embellishments to it. And she holds it out to you and says, "This is the royal seal of Lunaria. And I offer this to you as you perform this investigation. This should allow you free reign, essentially, to ask questions, inquire of things anywhere that Lunaria is recognized within. So here within the city, it should also aid you in some of the other countries, though not quite as much. And anywhere within Lunaria, you can show this, and that will should prove to those that you are on errand for the queen. So that way, I know that your investigation will not be impeded." And she hands that out to you, to whoever wishes to take.
There's just one of them?
Yep, just one.
Just the one.
Okay. Ooh.
I vote for the human with the pointy ears.
That's a fair thing.
I think that eliminates only one person here by technicalities. Maybe 2 if the bunny has rounded ears.
She goes and she stands next to the half elf.
Lucy?
Yeah. They all look like humans to her. She doesn't understand.
Starts pawing at Lucius.
I don't particularly care who gets it.
Lucius goes, me? Okay.
He seems to be, no offense to everyone else here, the most level-headed and responsible.
No, you're probably right.
I think he just looks the most responsible. I would agree.
Absolutely
I would agree
right.
with that assumption.
I mean,
I can easily create chaos.
I can just disappear.
I can turn into a bear.
Fine.
Well,
That's chaotic. For sure.
eventually I can make copies of myself.
That's also chaotic.
It's for stage performance. The only spells I'm taking are for stage performance stuff. I'm going to be useless in combat, don't you worry.
Oh boy.
I'm fine with it going to Lucius.
Yeah.
The queen will hand it over to Lucius and put it into his open palm as he shyly tucks it away.
I mean, if it's too much for him and he's too shy about it, y'all know I'm not shy about anything. I'll take it if he can handle the very minimal responsibility having it is.
so what is it that we're tasked to do now?
We're supposed to be investigating the
The
We're
attack.
supposed to go back.
to see
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
there's any
do we have like a starting location we got to go to, or
Scene of the crime?
Like-
Scene of the crime.
we just have to go back to where we killed everyone?
Yep.
Oh,
Back to the scene of the crime
Everyone.
and do some investigating. Yeah. She basically just gave you the means in order to do so openly.
Okay. And I'm guessing the people that are also there probably, like the guards, have probably already started.
Yes
They
and
probably
no.
like quarantined it off.
Yeah. Yeah. The queen said that that's why the purple rabbit left right away, is to basically make sure that it was all being cordoned off, nothing was touched, everything was going to be left as it was.
Yeah, I
Okay.
assume they're not doing anything to it though, and that's up to us.
Yep.
Oh boy.
All right.
What is the time though? I'm assuming it was probably late when we went, because if there were fireworks that were going to be going off when it was lit,
Yes.
then it would have been probably no earlier than like dusk, so you could
Correct.
fireworks at least easy. And after walking through the city and doing this, it's probably night.
Correct.
Not a big deal. Or at least to me.
Yeah, I can see just fine.
Same.
Yep.
Dark vision.
Hey.
Even if I'm not human, dark vision.
Nowhere near a human. Dark vision.
The darkness is a very, very
You all
dark
have
place.
you all have dark vision, don't you?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh.
Yep.
Nice.
Half the party does.
Well, perfect.
Half the
I
party
like
don't.
this. It's always nice when half of a party does not have dark vision, because
Yeah, it's nice to see Evan not froze.
It can be easily tempting though.
True. Although, well, I guess you just wait and see when you go there.
Just because I can see in the dark for reasons that may or may not be my race, I still have dancing lights because I'm a performer and use those dancing lights on stage.
True.
So even if I can see in the dark, I need dancing lights
True.
for reasons.
Just because I can
Yes.
see in the dark,
Yeah.
definitely because of the race, doesn't mean I'm smart enough to do anything with it.
Just because it's dark outside doesn't mean you people can go without sleep.
It also
And
means I'm not
it's
smart enough
gonna
to
be something
investigate,
different.
so there's that.
So whenever you are ready, I will make sure that the scene is not touched until you have finished your investigation of the area. Simply just let Ayla know when you're finished investigating, and she will tell the guards to clean up the area.
Those of us who can't see, it's probably best that we investigate at first light.
I mean, I'm sure the town has plenty of light in the area too. So
You did.
How late is
city.
it?
It's about, I'd say, let's go 10 o'clock. It's summer, with the Festival of Unity, the fireworks, you know. Sun probably doesn't go down until about like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So yeah, I'd say about 10.
It doesn't matter to my character.
Same here.
I assume, like, my character has an inn. Obviously, she was planning for this, so she's staying somewhere.
If you do need lodging, I'm sure we can get some room for you in here if you would like. If this is too fancy for you, I can always find a nice inn to put you in until.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
The cat.
Curls up and just lays on the floor.
Turtle probably just like lays down on the marble floor.
Yeah, just lays down, tummy up, like, all
Yeah,
right, I'm
this
good
is
to go.
great.
After all, it's the least I can do for what you all did.
I can always head back to my own place. I actually live in this town, so it's not a big loss to me.
She'll turn to the Vulpin that offered the money, and she'll give a quick nod, and the Vulpin will look at you all and say, "If you would like a room, please come this way." And she will lead you. She opens up the big oak doors, leading you out to find a room to stay in, if you would prefer.
Whoop. I'm going.
I'll at least see. I don't know if my character will accept, but she'll at least take a look at what it's like.
She leads you all to one of the available rooms, and it's what you would expect like a royal room to look like, because these rooms are very much saved for high royalty, like within the country, for those that are visiting to stay. Any sort of other country dignitaries that would come here to have some sort of meeting with royalty. So like these are top of the line, fine linens, you know, whatever, 5,000 thread count sheets that are just like bedposts with curtain drapes along the beds, fine mahogany furniture. Even just looking into the room, you feel like you probably just spent like a good couple thousand gold.
Jumps onto the bed, starts making biscuits, and all everybody hears in their mind is, "Oh, oh my."
I'm gonna do the opposite. I race under the bed.
Boy, we do have another one of
The
those.
cats are-
Well, someone ought to keep him company.
Mist
you've
looks
got-
around, eyes a little bit. Fine. I'll keep the
you've
cats
piqued my
company.
interest.
Written, of course, on his slate with prestidigitation.
I'm gonna peek my head out and I'm gonna look at the Herongon, not the Herongon, the Vulpin that brought us here, and she just hears, Tuna?
You would like some tuna?
Tuna!
Nip's head pokes up.
I'm sure we can
She's-
arrange
There's
something.
2 cats, one under the bed and one on the bed mid biscuits, staring at her with fully dilated eyes.
I'm sure we can come across some tuna. Being that this city is on a bridge, plenty of seafood. I would say, give me a few moments after I find rooms for the rest of your party, and we'll bring some tuna up for you right away.
Tuna.
I disappear back under the bed.
She leads each of you to your own respective rooms, which very similar to each other, maybe different colors. One of them's a deep red, another a deep purple, one's green. Just various different colors of sheets and bedspreads and the different furnitures, but very, very similar to each other. If you are,
I suppose it probably would be fairly decent to not have to deal with too many fans.
I assure you, no one gets in here unless we allow them to.
I guess one night in comfort won't hurt.
As after she leads you to all of your respective rooms, she will go fetch some tuna for the cats. As the fish is brought into the room on a nice silver platter, and
Yeah.
head and all, it's just giant tuna plopped right there.
This is how I was born to be treated.
A whole tuna?
Whole tuna.
And those little bit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Holy crap, that's big.
I think those are more than a little big. Put it on a silver
is it
platter.
a baby tuna?
You guys,
How many people are carrying this platter?
there's like a little TikTok of a kitten in the dark in the corner, and all you hear is
Mine! Mine!
nom 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 while they're eating. That's exactly what you hear under the bed.
Puts his mouth on the tuna, looks up.
There's plenty of tuna there for both of you.
Sure would hope so.
I think we hear about it.
And of course, each of you are offered, asked if there's anything you inquire or anything you would like to have for the evening.
You guys want tuna? You each want
The whole
another.
party
You
wants
each want another tuna, and you want to bring it to our room.
That's happening. Sorry, Kitty.
Double the kitty trouble. Who stayed in the room with the cats?
Bunny.
Mist is,
Yeah.
yes.
I feel bad.
Yes.
I feel very bad for Mist. Have you ever owned cats?
In real life or as a
In real life.
yes.
So you know what happens at 3 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know about the zoomies.
2 cats with the zoomies in a cat, which means it probably echoes.
To be fair, Mist smells like the sea. He did work as a ship hand, and cats on ships were relatively common.
Yeah.
Because they kept down the rats and mice.
Well, I'm more of a meditative
I
personality cat.
am not, so I'm definitely chasing you at 3 a.m.
But it didn't matter as long as there was a cat on board, because that dissuaded all the rats and mice from sticking around, because, hey, there's a big predator and we're stuck on this tiny little area.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, big room. It probably echoes a bit. Something's probably gonna break somewhere. Good luck.
Let's see.
Oh boy.
The two cats have been reunited. I haven't seen Mip in a long time, and he means a lot to me. So I'm definitely gonna like push his buttons, chew on his tail, bat at his face, chase him around the room.
Let's do this. No, that's hills. Here we go.
I have been very worried about you while you've been gone.
Bat at your face.
It seems like you have been getting along well.
I made friends.
One can never have too many.
I'm not entirely hopeless.
Are you?
Now would probably be a decent time, like as we were doing this, just as like a footnote based thing for anyone who at least knows a decent bit about like elf structure and whatnot, would presumably notice that Kurumi doesn't look like she's a half elf, but she is not tall. She is 5'2".
Short human.
Just something to keep in mind. She looks like a full-blown high elf.
But like
except for her height.
a very short high elf.
She's a short human.
So you're not like you're not like slender person over here, just like short.
She's pretty slender.
Yeah, but like not 6, 7 feet tall.
Not your typical 6 foot or taller elf. Not even close. She's barely over 5 feet, which is pretty unheard of for elf.
Yeah.
Full elf.
Still taller than I am.
Just for, planting seeds in the mind to say.
Man,
Yeah.
Still would have to look up.
Her dating app said 6 feet.
Yeah?
I'm 4'6".
4
I'm
4'6".
2 foot
Yeah.
11.
Little gnome?
yeah, I'm
Under
like a
3
foot
feet.
tall. I'm a cat. Meow.
I think Lucius is probably the only like tall one.
And Lucius would be the best to know all of this information is very off-putting.
My profile's like I like long walks on the back of the couch.
I like long walks in my dreams.
Oh, here we go.
I get along with very jingly objects,
Yeah, Lucius is 6 feet.
and I enjoy
Yeah, I have to look way up to look at him.
I enjoy lights when they're moving around the room, and I can chase them.
Typical cat behavior.
Being up this close, you also might notice what it would almost look like you would assume it's a bright pink tattoo on her shoulder. Nothing fancy, it's just an underscore and then an A. It's a bit strange, you feel, but
And what would the rest of you be doing for the evening?
Sharpening my daggers and short swords, polishing, making sure they're in tip-top shape.
working on the performance changes.
I'll probably be just going through my book, making sure everything's in order. write down notes of things that happened so far.
Right.
I'd also step out
Anyone
to
whose room is
smoke.
near Kermie's might hear a couple of different instruments playing simultaneously while she like softly sings lyrics to like just as like a testing phase.
I will be patting some drum beats along on a chest in the room while listening to this music.
She probably has a whole drum. It's probably one of the things I made sure.
You hear little patters of paws tapping on a chest to the beat. What were you saying, Cormac, that you were also doing?
Also gonna step out and smoke a cigar
Ah,
that I
yes.
have.
As the night draws to a close, which Lucius would be offering his prayers and such per usual cleric behavior. The night draws to a close. You still hear faint music off in the distance from the different celebrations that are happening. A little hustle and bustle from the streets of people, getting their drinks and eating food as the festivities continue to go along throughout the night. And you can all take a long rest. Not sure it really affects too many of you all, but it affects some of you.
I get a spell slot back.
Woo!
2 hit points.
I didn't even get touched. Luckily.
And as you wake
I'm
up,
pretty sure most of us left mostly unscathed because the kitty can apparently heal people.
yes.
Battle medic.
All band-aids.
Yes, the paw band-aids. The morning comes and the streets are just as bustling. The festivities are still going on. You know that this is not, or those that have lived here and have been here before know that this is not just simply a one-day type of festival. They don't need no reason to party. They can party all day long, and all week long if need be. This festival does go on for a couple of days. The merchants try to bring it out as long as they can, with all their sweet deals and getting all their food and stuff and their wares out there. And it's just a nice celebration of essentially peace between these two countries. Though there isn't any more large performances or large ceremonies like the lighting of the beacon, the rest of this festivities is just, think of it almost like a very large fair, right? People are just there, they're gathering and enjoying the company of the community. You can smell the food from the streets. What was that?
Well, at least the people are mostly unfazed, at least physically here, in a physical sense. Just Kurumi talking to herself, mostly.
As you are all ready and essentially opening up your doors, you do smell a nice hearty breakfast down in one of the rooms down the stairs, which is there's a large table that is just filled with all different types of foods. There's tons of fruits and mostly fruits, a few vegetables here and there, but mostly fruits, a nice ham, and a lot of baked goods, danishes, croissants, coffee, cakes, lots of different types of breakfast types of pastries for you to eat if you so wish. And the day is yours.
Definitely different than what Mist is used to.
You
guess-
see the gray-furred Vulpin down there munching on a nice, sweet red Danish as she puts the last little bit into her mouth and begins to lick her fingers of the icing. Please, help yourself.
Well, that's the best kind of invitation that he's had. So he'll silently come up and grab a similar looking Danish if there's any left.
Oh, there's plenty.
I'll just take whatever's around. I'll just grab enough to have a breakfast.
Yeah, I'll eat. My character will probably pick a couple of different things, like a fruit, one of the Danishes, just a small variety of them, not sticking to like just the fruits or like just the bread items. Do the cats see anything that interests them? Do they jump on the table and look at all of it? Or do they need invitation separately for finding something?
I think the cats are still asleep.
Cats don't care; they're asleep.
They were definitely awake earlier. I know they were.
Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's be honest, unless someone tries to wake up the cats, they're probably not waking up for much.
So what
I'm
happens
just
when
gonna
you're
have whatever served.
just walks by the door, stands there, and looks expectingly. Just waiting at the door.
Yeah, we can't open doors.
Well, that sounds like a Lucia's problem.
Actually, Mist stayed with us. That's Mist's problem.
Oh yeah, it is Mist. Well, the door would have been open.
But did he close it, or did he leave the door open?
He left the door open a crack so that way you guys had whatever you needed for privacy. He's not.
Are you still just gonna sit and wait at the door even though it's cracked?
I could poke my head through it and see what's going on.
You see a wide open hallway with a blue carpet right down the middle of it. You look both ways. You don't see anybody. There's like no like handmaidens or anything like walking around, but you do smell some food.
Oh, I'm gonna do a circle in the middle of the hallway and zip toward the food.
As
I gotta get
you
my bearings.
as you prance down the hall and down the stairs, you see the large table just stocked full of various different types of food.
I'm gonna look around the room. Is there anybody in the room?
Yeah, you see pretty much the rest of the party. Lucius isn't quite down there yet. But I think everyone else has made it to the table.
I'm gonna look at the party, look at the food, look at the party. I'm gonna look at the food and start inching toward it. I'm gonna look at the party. I'm gonna look at the food. Kind of like, am I allowed to have this?
Sorry, I think my whole 8 perception means I'm too busy to see you approaching, so I cannot invite you to eat. Unless you're gonna come up directly up so anyone can give indication. I don't see you approach.
I'm much too polite to do that.
You hear these soft footsteps coming up behind you as a tall half elf comes down the stairs, scratches you on the top
Taller
of your
than my
head,
character.
and picks you up and carries you over to the table with all the food.
I'm gonna turn around and rub my head on his body somewhere wherever I can reach, and turn around and grab, yeah, you know, maybe a big nice chunk of chicken if there's any available.
Oh yeah, there's chicken, there's ham, there's sausages.
I'm grabbing chicken and I'm running back to the room. Turtle needs chicken.
Oh, that's so
Lucius
cute.
Lucius looks at you as you like jumped out of his hand. You just grabbed like a huge chunk of chicken, like a giant like drumstick of chicken,
And I look so proud.
run back to the room.
You completed your hunt and you brought your mate breakfast, and that is the cutest thing in the universe.
Kitties deserve chickens.
The Vulpin will look at the party that's there at the table. I was informed earlier this morning that the scene of the crime has been left untouched, as requested by the Queen. So when you are ready to investigate, you can simply go out there, and Ayla has it under control.
I'm sure we'll be doing it sooner rather than doing it later.
Absolutely.
I'm coming walking back down without any chicken. I'm really hoping that it has been untouched.
Oh, she's a firecracker. She is let's just say she's been up their pants, keeping them in line, making sure that nothing is touched as requested. She's very devout to her queen. She would anything the queen says is law to the letter. So rest assured, if she says that everything has been untouched, not even a speck of dust has landed on that place.
Sounds like a trap.
A trap?
What's a trap? The bunny? I don't think so.
She's devoted her life to the queen. I'd be very surprised if she was in on anything. Though, I suppose we should be suspicious of everyone.
Yeah. Mip's just pondering in his head. He doesn't trust people very much.
Well,
Seems too neat and particular. Could be nothing wrong. It's just his personality.
Lucius will give you more scratches on your head.
He does a barrel roll on the floor and purrs. He's from a cat society. He doesn't receive scratches on the head, basically ever.
It's usually baps to the face.
Scratches the head are new to him, basically, and he's like, okay, yeah.
You wait till he discovers the lower back scratch.
He's like, what is this? What is this phenomenon? Oh my gosh! You're itchy. Oh, you're scratchy where I can't reach. This is a new realm of pleasure.
And yeah,
I love
the day is yours. What would you all like to do?
With the party right now.
Well,
Nothing
we
seems
should-
relevant here.
Probably
Turtle.
should just go.
Turtle will eventually come down and join the others, and her face is like slicked back. Like the fur around her mouth is all slicked back from being covered in like the chicken grease. But she looks to be very well fed.
I mean, that's good.
Nom, nom, nom.
Mip is gonna walk out toward. He's gonna walk by the front door, whip his tail by his legs, sit proper, and just sit by the front door and observe.
I guess if we don't really have anything else we really have to work on here, we can always go and investigate the location quick.
No one else
Give us
has
the rest of the day.
anything? No.
No complaints from Mist.
Have any of these you're worrying
That's
about?
what I was
You're worried-
about to say. Was we could probably go search the
I mean-
location for information.
We're all sitting at a table right now. I'm just looking at what my character would bring up in this situation, and don't think she would do anything here.
No. Mist understands like being in good company is a little bit more, or well, not to bring up a problems
No, that's-
at the table, at least in good company.
Alright.
I mean, I think we're all agreed it's time to.
Time
Go
to
with
start
it.
the investigation.
Time to start the investigation.
All right, then.
Let's go look at stuff.
All
I'm
right.
gonna get out and just walk out towards the.
Can anyone speak with the dead? We murdered all those cultists.
Yeah.
Not yet. I don't think it's gonna help you if you get it later.
He just
Useful
picks up
kind
that
of
pile of
now.
ash. Who's your master? As I speak, all the ash just flies off into nowhere.
You come back to the scene of the crime, and you see Ayla standing there, ever present. She's actually standing off, kind of over here, with a shield still in her hand. She's got the spear in the other. Her ears are constantly like turning and gathering, being very perceptive of the area, and her eyes scan over the different dead bodies and such, and the other guards who are stationed out over here, to keep people from infecting the area and ruining it. I'll add a couple more of these.
Which direction are we coming from? Actually, or does it really matter?
This way.
That way.
Yep.
Okay. Cormac's gonna walk up to this corpse and search through it, the pockets, and like look for information while pocketing like little items if they're not of importance.
All right. Roll me an investigation check.
Right?
Honestly, that doesn't sound too terribly bad to Mist.
17.
17. Let's see. You find. Let me pull this up here. Oops. You find this blackened pendant in the shape of a. It's basically it's a vine wrapped pendant, and it's blackened. You also find a That's what I'm looking for.
Blackened vine wrap pendant.
Yep. If you want to add it to your inventory, it is called a Blighted Vine Charm.
Bladed vine charm.
Yep. You also find, I'm just looking for what I called it in here. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. I need, nope, not that. You find this. Give me a religion check.
Religion check.
Yep.
Good. Where's my religion? 6.
Okay. There is this symbol. It's a sun that has this like black, kind of like crystally essence. That seems to be like almost like the sun is cracked, and in the cracks is this like black crystal. And you also find 5 silver.
5 silver. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yep.
just pocket the 5 silver. This
On our way
emblem
here. Okay, you can continue.
is the emblem like on his clothes, on his arm?
It
Just
is
something he has.
no. It's an actual like item.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like a trinket, I guess, is what you could maybe call it, but it's about the size of a tennis ball.
Okay, and what would I call it? A
Call it a
broken
sun trinket or token, I guess you could maybe call it.
Okay.
On the way here,
Mhm.
I'd specifically talk to Lucius, not like in a hushed tone though, about checking the regular civilians first to make sure they're not like corrupted with whatever wounds they've taken, and maybe we can get their bodies out of this scene, and then they can go to like their families and get properly buried, etc.
Oh.
Early, because I feel like Lucius would agree with that sort of sentiment, because obviously it'd be nice to the people who lost them.
Sure. So with that, I'll have you.
What I'm gonna do up here, like I'll start with the civilian, and then since I'd be close by, I'd check the cultist.
So I would say you can roll Arcana or Medicine, whichever you'd prefer to use.
I'm way better with Arcana.
And with Lucius helping you, add 1 to it.
Okay. So
While he does that,
16 total.
16 total.
Yes.
Were you gonna add to that, Kane?
I was gonna say, while he does that, I was thinking of starting a ritual for detect magic just to take care of every aspect of the
Oh.
investigation.
Okay, cool.
So that'll take me about 11 minutes.
11 minutes. Okay. Karami, you and Lucius check over the civilians, their bodies, to see if there's any signs of corruption with them.
Because obviously, if they have something that would cause issue, we obviously don't want to give the bodies back to, their loved ones. But otherwise, the both of us for sure would appreciate that sentiment. Because, like, obviously, for Kurumi, it's tied to making those people happy. Like, and obviously, Lucius seemed to have deep sentiment about it as well, as given his amazing speech last session.
Let's see. You look over the bodies, and the civilians themselves, they don't appear to have any sort of blighted effect to their person. You examine the knife wound. It looks like a normal knife wound. There isn't any sort of like magic penetrating through it or anything like that. No sort of corruption or like it was poisoned by any means. It looks just like a normal knife wound. If you were to stab him with a kitchen knife, it would have been the same effect.
Okay.
You do notice, however, on the one down here, because I'm assuming you go and you check all of them.
I will check all the civilians, prioritizing them so that like it talking with the guards, presumably they could like have a couple of them deliver them after we've checked them, because I'm assuming we don't necessarily need to keep them here per se.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll check them before I move on to cultists or the big one.
Sure.
I'll probably check the big one after, just because I was one of the ones who beat it. Not that there's much to investigate. It's a puddle.
You do see that this one over here, the one at the very bottom here, does seem to have a little bit of corruption from it. I think that was the right one. Yeah, that one has a little bit of corruption to it, but you notice that it's not. It doesn't seem to be originating from the knife wound. It seems to be. You through your investigation and stuff, you kind of like, you might move the body a little bit of it, and you kind of notice that it seems to be the top part of the body, whatever was showing, not like its back. He's sprawled out back to the ground. So it's like his whole face and like frontal features rather than his back. But the other two are perfectly fine.
Okay. So then I would say we'll just keep this one here for now. Keep this one here for now, since I'm not too sure if it's safe to send them back, but if the other two aren't giving anything, then I would feel we can give the okay to send these two off to their families so they can do whatever funeral rites and whatever services they desire for their lost loved ones.
Ayla sees you two conversing about the civilians and makes her way.
I'll talk to her about okaying them being taken out of the premise, before assuming they're just gonna get moved though.
Mm-hmm.
So I will ask her if it's okay if they get sent back. At least these two get sent back, because I'm not too sure on the other one. I'll say.
Sure.
But I wouldn't want to risk any other civilians because of any lingering effects.
If you feel that these two are not further needed in your investigation, then I can move those so they can be properly taken care of and handed over to their families.
I'm certain they would appreciate that.
She gives a nod to the soldier over here, and he goes and prepares to remove the dead civilian. As she's decides to stand over here now, since he's busy taking care of that and cannot watch this area. And proceeds to tell the other one to take care of this guy here, and proceeds to remove them from the area. Kane, I would say within that time frame, you use your spell. Your ritual has been casted for detect magic. You detect a little bit of magic from Cormac. From, well, let's see, it's 30 feet, right?
Yeah, 30 feet sphere.
Okay, yeah. So you detect the magic from Cormac. You also detect it on this guy here. And you detect some magic from this guy here. Or from the pool of ichor that is there.
I should be able to know what school it is, though, so... Yeah, the sphere. Forgot about that.
So...
Hold on.
Hmm.
I'm trying to make sure it's...
You should be able to just do AoE, sphere, and then style.
If
like
someone
this.
else can do it, that's fine. It's not my sphere. I just figure it'd be easier if it existed here.
Oh, you're fine.
The
Should have
dark
figured
blue
out how to
sphere
move
should
this.
be accurate to where you are. I think if you just attach it to Kane. Yeah. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
And then if
And then
you
it'll
just
move
attach
with you whenever
Kane
you...
to the circle, that's your radius. Should be anyway.
It's weird. You feel that it is necrotic. It's like necromancy, but not at the same time. It is like you get a little bit of conjuration, the school of conjuration from this area. You also something different that you've never felt before. It feels like necromancy, but also like radiant in a way, like celestial.
Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the schools would...
I start writing it down in my book.
And if we can, let's take a quick break. Just because I need to use the restroom. So we're gonna take a quick break. Let's reconvene in like 10-15 minutes. So 8:30, 8:35 ish.
Okay.
So everyone can get snacks, get drinks, and we'll reconvene then.
All right, cool.
Dino nuggies.
Abjuration and conjuration.
Abjuration is a more shielding energy. Conjuration.
Probably some of us, if we had like a barbarian skog cat or something.
I would assume that
That's fair.
if they have people farming, they've got lumberjacks and then carpenters to use that wood to build
I mean,
houses.
yeah,
or
there's all
something.
kinds of stuff.
Or
So,
machines.
for clarification,
Kitty.
there are 4 sub-races of Grimalkin. Carl is playing the blue, which is pretty much a Russian blue, like a house cat. I'm playing the Mao, which is the smallest version. But the biggest one is called a Skog cat, and it's about the size of a small cougar.
Yes.
Where we come from, we're not all tiny.
Oh, real quick.
Yes.
Who's the new character? I didn't get
His
to
name
that.
is Mip. M-I-P-P.
Mip.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
He
Oh, I should
is.
add that into my notes for
He's my mate.
not this one.
And how did he like show up? I didn't hear that part either.
He followed me here, so he just kind of caught us leaving the festival. He
Yes.
he
Okay,
showed
gotcha.
up shortly after I did.
Perfect.
He thought I needed protection because I'm small, which is fair. But he's also my mate, so I'd be worried too if my boyfriend ran off without me. Which is weird to say because cats don't have boyfriends and girlfriends. We have mates.
But this is D&D.
Yes.
My boyfriend cat. Oh god, I hope he gets back soon. I really need that Orojo, man.
All right. So my notes for turtle is small cat. My note for Mip is another small cat.
He is probably a little bit bigger than me and probably musclier too. I'm the size of like a munchkin cat, yo, with
So-
like normal legs though.
So
I'm just-
changing notes to turtle, small cat, Mip, slightly bigger cat.
Yeah. Yeah, turtle's like forever the size of a kitten. Tiny little thing.
You said
How many
he
people are
was
in our
how
party?
tall?
He's about a foot and a half.
So he's up to my knees.
You guys are all
Didn't he-
short.
I mean, you'd be used to it if you've seen cats in the street.
I'm 4'6".
We're gonna have to call you guys the Lollipop Guild.
Oh, damn, everyone's short.
Everyone's
I'm not
short.
even gonna start singing it.
How am I the second tallest person here? I'm 5'2".
My vote.
Congratulations, you
That used
automatically
to
made
be
yourself taller
tall.
than any.
My vote for group name is the Munchkin Cats.
Munchkin
Munchkin
cats, yes.
Because half of us are Munchkins, cough cough, and half of us are cats. One of us is both.
Mini munchkins.
All right.
How tall
Let's
is
see.
Dean?
Kane is 4 foot something something. Carl is currently on autopilot.
Kane is 4'6".
I'll
But
let
he'll
you autopilot him then, if there's
Yeah,
anything in
he'll be
particular.
fine. I hope.
Cool. Is there anything in particular that you would be investigating?
She's probably not paying much attention. I got low intelligence, and my boyfriend just showed up. I'm probably, I don't know. We're probably rolling around,
Mm,
waiting for
Probably-
someone to scream for help.
Probably find him sniffing around for food.
Probably.
I mean, she ate a big meal. She's probably trying to work it off. Like I said, probably like rolling around like cats do to get their backs dirty when they're outside.
True.
Yeah, they're probably just rolling around, sniffing, enjoying being outside again.
All right. Let's see. Mist, what are you doing?
I'll investigate the big guy because kind of what I spent the most time trying to take out.
Okay. You go up onto the platform, and the brazier is still there. It is
Tip Earth.
still burning, but it's kind of almost embers now at this point. You notice, actually, the bear thing is no longer there. Essentially, the bear is now just a puddle of black goo.
Glowing for me.
It's glowing for you, yes. So I guess tell me what you would like to do.
I don't think there's anything solid left of the bear if you're saying it's just
Correct.
a pile of goo.
Correct. There's nothing solid left of it. There's no
I'll be
flesh,
helping
there's
you,
no bones.
assuming we'll also take care of the brazier at
Yeah.
a later time, since if it's glowing for him, then the 10 minutes have passed that we spent to take care of the civilians. I'll also help you up here, because I figured we did this job,
Well, I guess I'm
Do
going
more.
to take a closer look at the brazier because
Okay.
there isn't much of a point in checking over the e-core.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
The 13.
13. Okay. So with that, let's see here. You do notice a couple different things. There is a there's like a red wax substance that is in the bottom of the brazier. You also notice, let's see here, that there is some runes that have also been kind of inscribed along the very bottom of that brazier as well.
Is that also where the wax is?
So the wax is kind of more at the very bottom of the bowl, and the runes are kind of like above it, like within the curve.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of almost like level with where the ash would be at from like everything just sitting in there. So it's not like along the very sides of the bowl, but more towards the bottom curve part of the bowl.
Okay.
Did you guys find something?
Well, he's going to like use prestidigitation to like draw up a rendition of the pedestal and hold it up for Kane, pointing at the bowl.
Okay.
you're gonna prestidigitation. You're gonna hear and you're gonna note magic from Kurumi as you hear from the rabbit. I found some runes on the brazier.
Can either of y'all read it?
Deadpan look at you like, are you kidding me? I'm a sailor.
What languages do you know?
Me?
I can know any of them.
Comprehend languages. Very
Yep.
useful.
It's also a ritual, so I can do it as well.
Is it concentration?
It is not. It lasts
It
for
is
an hour.
not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was curious if it was concentration.
Detect
and
magic
bookkeeping.
lasts for a minute. Comprehend lasts for an hour.
Gotcha.
So you'll want to check everything else before you comprehend languages on the brazier.
I pretty much got a handle of what I found with the detect magic. I mean, it's the two cultists are given off the same school.
Yeah.
But this guy was given off 3 different ones. Well, the last one wasn't necessarily a school. It's odd. It's not something you typically see, but it's he was given off conjuration, necromancy, and some type of celestial magic.
So should I roll performance if I'm using sign language? I'm still trying to learn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure my performance roll was not.
What'd you get?
I got a 6.
You said, what about my mother?
Exactly. uh,
I mean, to be fair, he's probably more used to using his ears to help telegraph what he's saying, but it doesn't exactly mean that anybody else is going to know what he's trying to say.
You have no idea what he's trying to say.
Jenny, if
Yes.
I were to use comprehend languages, even if these runes aren't technically a language, but some type of magical being, can I use comprehend languages to give me advantage on an Arcana check?
Maybe.
Okay, I'll do it then. I'll start ritual casting comprehend.
Okay. Lucius, what are you doing right now? And then Cormac, you're next.
I guess Lucius is just gonna kind of, I guess, be around these guys right here.
Okay.
Kind of just figuring out like what we're gonna do next, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much sticking quiet.
Give me an Arcana check.
That is a 13.
13. I would say you would kind of feel something similar to what Kane is feeling, but maybe not to quite the degree when it comes to the magic. Like, you feel, as you get closer to this creature, like, you feel the essence of magic with it, but it doesn't feel normal. Like, you've encountered wizards and magic spells before. You've encountered magic from the deities. You know, you've lived around it. So you kind of get this, like, it's weird. You're oddly, like, drawn to this magic energy from this pile of goo, but you're also repulsed by it at the same time. Cormac, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do the same thing as I did with this body.
Okay.
Both searching for that, like, important stuff that could help with what we're looking for, as well as pocketing anything that isn't important.
Roll me another investigation check.
Right, that would be a 21.
21. This one you find 1 gold and 6 silver. You find another one of those holy symbols. You also manage to catch a look at his cloak that he's wearing, since this one is not burned to a crisp. And you manage to see that it is on the cloak. There is this symbol of a serpent that is eating the sun and moon. It's like the sun's in the background, the moon is over top of the sun, and the serpent is like almost like it's kind of consuming the bottom crescent of the moon and like beginning to devour it.
Grab my knife and I'm gonna cut it out of the clothing. And just have this, like, piece of cloth with the symbol.
Perfect. You successfully cut that out, and you now have that. You also, before I forget, you uncover a where is it in here? This bracer. The bracer. Oh, okay. Has vines etched into it. It is a red leather in color. The vines on it are black. And so you can add to your inventory a bracer of searing ivy.
All right. By the way, I am also going to do this body. If it takes a while to get to there, then we can circle back around.
Okay. I would say just roll another investigation check.
Okay.
Oh, you also, you know what? No, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
T3.
What was that?
A 23.
23?
19 plus 4.
So you, same thing. So you find another gold piece, 2 silver and 3 copper. You find another one of those sun symbols with the cracks in it.
One of those two was cleaved in half during the fight, right?
So this is the one that I cleaved.
Yeah,
in half.
that was the one that was cleaved in half.
Okay. I knew one of them.
And then you also find a shard of this like black glass.
I'm gonna look at it and can I like investigate it?
There not be a black queen.
I would
Like-
say, is it in here?
Or is it just a shard of black glass?
So it is a shard of black glass, but hold on here. I'll tell you here in just a second. Nope. Give me an Arcana check.
This one's not my best skill. I didn't get. Okay. 9.
9. Looks just like a piece of black glass.
Just because I don't know what it is, someone else might. I'm gonna grab the serpent eating the sun symbol with like cloth and wrap the glass in that and put it in my bag.
All right.
Was it the serpent eating the sun and just the sun?
Nope. So it's on his cloak. There is the bottom layer is the sun. Second layer is the moon. So the moon is on top of the sun.
Okay, so it
Crescent.
is eating the sun and the moon.
And the moon. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that correctly written down.
So Kane, you finish comprehending languages, and you are looking at the runes, correct?
Yeah.
You look at the runes. You kind of get a feeling it's as you're looking at it and reading it, you kind of almost understand it. It seems to have. It's strange because it seems to have a little bit of both abyssal and celestial writing, but like there's some other runes that are in there that don't make any sense at all. Like it's nothing that
It's not like a language.
right. But you kind of see essences of both abyssal and celestial within the runes. So it's almost like you can read it, like you can read like words of divine. There's like a word destruction. There is infects and rejection. But like that's about the gist of what you can get out of it. I mean, you can tell like it's supposed to create some sort of structure as your familiarity with spells is. Like even runes have like a format to them, like sentence wise.
They usually have a sentence to activate
right.
a spell or something like that.
Right. But it's weird that you can't read it. Like it's strange. you kind of get the same feeling as you did with when you were detecting the magic of the ichor that was there.
Could I try an Arcana check to see if maybe the runes I don't understand or can't read maybe like spell related?
Sure.
Do, 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 do. That is a crappy roll. That's a 7.
You're not
That's a
entirely
2
sure.
plus 5. Yeah.
Not You're not entirely sure. Maybe, I mean, you know enough about magic that it seems like it could be, but you might have to do a little bit more research on it.
The ones I've seen were Divine Destruction and what else?
Divine Destruction, Infection, Rejection, and so I'm trying to think. I think I said, did I say cleanse? If I didn't, then cleanse.
Okay. Alright. Have it in the notes. Wrote it in my book. Close. There's a. I'm doing my wizard book a little differently. I'm writing all the spells back to front in the book, and the notes front to back.
Interesting.
So all my spells are in the back of the book. All my notes are in the front.
One thing I also forgot to mention, Cormac. You, as you're kind of looking over these bodies and such, you do I mean, you do notice that there's some sort of like, I want to say footprints, but you can tell that there has been some foot traffic here, especially leading from these individuals kind of down this way.
Specifically from these bodies with no, like, explanation how they, like, the footprints started to appear?
Yeah, so, like, they clearly as if they had come from this direction. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, it's almost like someone stepped there and left a slight shadow where they stepped, and so you kind of notice that from these individuals that they had
yell over
had come.
shoulder.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just gonna step away for a moment. Don't worry, I'll be back. Just gonna follow the footprints.
Let's see here. You follow the footprints for a decent while. You're kind of, as you're kind of like following them and tracking them, you almost lose them from like time to time, as if like, is that what I was, or is that part of a shadow from a building? And you eventually like re-find the trail, and it seems to go off a ways, but you notice that they eventually lead to a set of stairs that go lower into the city. You, having been here several times, know that those stairs lead down to the lower parts, to the lower bridge systems.
Make sure I have my daggers, like, out and ready. But I might continue following these footsteps for a time, sticking to the, like, shadows, trying to stay hidden as best as possible.
Give me a stealth check.
Stealth check.
Yeah.
19.
19. You slink into the shadows. As far as you know, no one sees you. You are a ghost of the city, prowling through as you follow these shadowy footsteps. You see them proceed to go even lower and lower into the bridge system, coming to the idea that these footsteps probably go to the very lowest rung bridge system, where the homeless, the the poor, the sick, the unable, where they live. You feel that that's essentially where these footprints are leading. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue following the footsteps, and I'll report back after I find either where they go or if they disappear.
As you continue to go through, yeah, you notice that you're even almost familiar with this type of environment, right? You slink to the shadows. You've dealt with the poor. Might have even been poor at one point in your life or another. You know that sometimes to hide in plain sight, you hide with these people, with these folks. As you maneuver your way through, following the footprints in the shadows, you lose them in one of the bigger squares, for lack of a better term, down in the area, full of just different shacks and tents. Dare I say, just piles of junk that people just live in. Though you do realize that this, even though this is a very popular area of, give me a perception check.
That would be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. There is a couple points that draw your attention. Being on the lower rungs of the bridges, you see a temple off into the distance. Looks kind of ramshackled, fallen apart. You see, you think is maybe a symbol on there, potentially that of the sun. You also look off into the other direction and to about the southeast, and you see a system of caves that go into the cliffside of Lunaria.
Okay, so ramshackle temple with sun symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Caves on Lunaria side.
Mm-hmm. And you were coming from the east, and you followed them to this square. So, those are just the two main points of interest that you found by looking in this area after losing the footprints.
Both of those seem like potential leads. I should probably return before they question where I've went.
Perfect. While we are waiting your arrival back, rest of the party, Lucius, anything in particular you're going to do?
Well,
Are we still looking at this goo puddle?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were looking at the brazier. No one has looked at the goo puddle yet.
Oh, okay.
Besides,
I was assuming we would look at all of it.
besides the glow I had on it, that's pretty much it from Detect Magic. We didn't fully
I
look
want
at
to
it.
look at the goo puddle. That's what I wanted. The brazier is fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, we want to look at it, but
Well, yeah. I mean, so does Lucius. So he's pretty much an ass. Do you
we'll look
think
at the
we
goo puddle.
should look into maybe what this creature was made out of, or maybe it gives us hints?
I mean, I rolled an 18 investigation.
Okay. How are you investigating it?
Do you want me to use magic on it? Because I'm not touching it. That's what they're asking.
That's why I want to know, what are you doing to investigate it?
What do I have? You know what? I'm gonna take out an arrow and I'm gonna dip it in and like move it around a bit.
Okay, so you're gonna like poke it with a stick, essentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
yeah,
already
it's-
dead. I'm not poking a sleeping bear. I'm poking a dead bear. It's different.
Here, there you go. There's
There's 2 of you.
there you go.
Oh,
There's 3 cats.
So you sh-
Yay.
it
They're
should be.
multiplying.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, you have one out there. Never mind. All right. So you poke it with the stick,
Yeah.
and it's not quite tar-like. It does seem to like stick to the arrow. I would say it's in between tar and like when you mix cornstarch and water, you know, like how it like is very gooey and when, like then becomes solid. It's kind of like a halfway between that, almost like slime. And as you are, you kind of notice too that when you move close to it, like the arrow gets close, it almost seems like it does kind of like reach out a little bit. You decide to like move your hand, you know, so like your hand is probably touching the very end of the arrow, like the furthest away
Yeah.
possible, and you notice that
I'm probably crushing the fletchings on this arrow to have like a decent grip on it, but to not be below the fletchings. So this is
Yeah.
an arrow I will have to replace, of course.
you pretty much
But of course,
you're kind of noting the fact that the closer that you are to this ichor, the more it's reaching.
so like as I'm stirring it and whatever, I notice that it's like trying to inch its way toward me too.
Yes, but you kind of know that the closer it is to you, the faster it's moving.
Hmm.
If that makes sense.
I will voice to make sure you keep a decent distance from the goop because it will try to reach you, if not like reaching out like to grab you, but it will try to make its way towards you magically.
And
Is it like when I stick the arrow into it, like does it like slowly try going like up the arrow as I'm stirring?
yes.
Okay.
Um, okay. As you pull the arrow out each time to like stir it, you notice that it kind of slinks back, like it doesn't remain on the arrow. It does try to like you said reach up to you, but it hasn't like stuck to the arrow. Turtle and Nip, you guys both recognize. You guys are both very familiar with this.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
eyes
I'm not gonna-
dilate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll.
Yeah. Honestly, I think knowing how it affected the magic in the grove, I think Turtle's probably going to keep her distance.
I want to try something. Just takes out his holy water, pours it on it, see if it reacts a certain way.
Let's see here. You pour the holy water on it. Now it's just wet goop.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it
It
doesn't
did seem
react
to.
to.
It was resistant to radiant damage, so it seems to be some sort of celestial type of body. So it doesn't seem like holy water would. Obviously, it does. The holy water definitely didn't do anything.
Let's. I'm pretty sure the thing's already lost its main purpose of divineness or abyssal aspect when it was already turned into goop, so I wasn't shocked that it wasn't going to do anything.
Well, it was still moving, so it was worth a try.
No, it's.
I mean, I give you
Don't-
props for doing it.
Do not mistake the fact that this pile of goop is dead for inactive. Please do not make that mistake. It could have easily reacted with that holy water if it were truly some
No, thank you.
purely abyssal entity, but it's not. It's clearly some divine creature, even if from a, say, less than holy god.
And then Cormac randomly hears in halfling tongue, it consumes all.
So I'm not around. It-
Yeah, he's
on
not
my
here.
trip back. Do I hear this, or are you just?
How far
I
does
just
that
hear
reach?
this on my trip back.
I had forgotten about that part. I apologize.
It's okay. You can pick someone else to say that too,
Yeah.
if you want.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
You don't need to know that.
Anything else you guys want to do to the goop? Or anything else you want to investigate?
I'm gonna end up just completely tossing the arrow onto the pile of goop, just to see what it does if it like completely covers it per se. Since I'm done with the arrow, and obviously I have no means myself to fix the fletchings that I just ruined to keep myself safe.
You toss the arrow into
Just
the
like drop it.
yeah. You put it into the pile of goop there, and it sinks. Nothing special. Kind of almost no different than what you would maybe think would happen to the arrow if you threw it into quicksand.
Okay.
Like it doesn't like sizzle. You know, the bones of the creature, if you recall, had sizzled and like disintegrated into
Yeah.
this goop, but the arrow did not do that.
Time to waste another arrow. Unless I don't think I have anything else I can do. It'll be fine. I can afford a couple extra arrows. So I'm gonna take a new arrow and I'm gonna see if the arrow that I just dropped is still there. If it like just sank or if it got dissolved.
Okay.
I'll leave it for a little bit and then I'll like see if I can feel the arrow with a new one.
Gotcha. So yeah, you go fishing for the old arrow with your new arrow.
Yep.
And as you're fishing through this acre,
Yep.
you manage to find the other arrow. Doesn't seem to stick to it.
Well, I tossed this arrow in too. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not taking them back, okay? No chances here.
No second chances.
Oh. I just wanted to see if it dissolved. It didn't seem like it did, but I wouldn't have known. It's hard to see through it. It's a black goop.
Oh, we're not getting any answers here, so maybe we destroy it or get rid of it and look elsewhere.
How do you propose we? What are we
Rid of
doing?
it. How are we getting rid of it?
I don't have.
I mean, we may not have the equipment for it, but I'm sure the city probably does.
I'm assuming prestidigitation isn't just gonna make it vanish and disappear as I try to clean the area.
No, probably not.
I assume that's not gonna work. Sure, why the heck not? It doesn't cost me anything. Does it work?
No, it does not work.
Okay, see there. You shovel it in. I don't something. But where are they gonna put it? You don't want it in the middle of town for sure, but
Let's see. Have you finished your investigation? Are we ready to clean up, or is there more that we need looking at?
I think we're good. I think you guys all did the cultist bodies, right?
we should converse with each other about what we found before we confirm we're gonna clean the area.
All right. Is everybody? Wait, we're missing someone.
Wait, we're missing somebody.
Yeah, the shortest, not the shortest one. We have shorter ones.
The
The
shortest
third
human?
shortest one has disappeared.
The shortest humanoid. Wouldn't that be?
You're all the same to Kurumi, so you're not the shortest one.
Oh,
wow. Anybody seen where Cormac went?
Did anybody see? Was there a perception check that we had to do?
No, there wasn't.
Did
But
anyone hear
Said he'd be
me?
back, but I don't know who he said it to.
I just yelled it over my shoulder if anyone was listening.
For everyone who wasn't
let's see.
listening.
Turtle,
Nobody.
Turtle. Well, let's have you do a perception check.
Rules for TNT is to never split up the party, and somebody already broke the rule. I'm just kidding.
Ah,
Funny.
Nico kneecaps.
if they're gonna run away, we're gonna have to stop them from running.
It's
I'm
like
kidding.
it's like in Minecraft.
Let me
You
move
never
that.
dig straight down unless you dig straight down.
Well, I'm digging
Well,
straight down. It's fine.
Yep, it lands in lava.
Oh.
Nothing bad ever happens.
What'd you get for perception, Turtle?
21.
21. Yes, you remember hearing a halfling's voice saying that he was going to leave and he was heading down this way.
I'm gonna do like the whole like stand, yawn, stretch. And one at a time I tell everyone, well, if we are done doing whatever that is, and she's looking at the arrows, Cormac went that way, and she's gonna like point in a direction and start licking her paw.
I guess we all should head that way. Try to catch up with him.
Is he not gonna be coming back?
Or we just gonna wait here, or I mean, there's seats over there. There's that point over here.
I mean, did he
Like-
say he was coming back?
No,
No.
I said I'd be right back.
she says no.
Maybe we should go look for him. Don't go cleaning up just yet, I'd say. Also, do be informed that there are 2 arrows in the pile of goop that I put there. The rest of it should just be goop, though, just so you're not surprised by them.
We're back at that town. That's
Arrow
right.
to the knee.
He took a dart to the forehead. That's what killed him.
Yeah, things happen.
Things happen. You just get a dart launched in between your eyes. Typical Tuesday.
Start walking.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, Turtle's gonna start walking towards Cormac.
Well, I
Ayla,
guess
Ayla gives a nod and instructs the guardsmen to begin the cleanup process as she kind of eyes over the goop and says, "No worries, we'll get this handled." And she like
Where's it going? What are you putting it in?
I do not know.
Where did you cut Nacho?
It's a magical bucket.
I will. You have a magical bucket?
I'm just kidding. No, I was just saying that's where all the goops go in a magical bucket that doesn't get destroyed by acid. I don't know.
Oh, I was
I
hoping.
can
I
only
was hoping you
create
had one.
a non-magical trinket in my
I
hand. Best I
don't
can
have
do.
such things.
Well, we'll see what we can
I'd
do about
probably-
this mess.
I'd at least recommend some sort of like.
You might be able to get one at my family store. I don't know.
Container.
Sure, they'll make one for you.
Also, be careful. It will try to reach out if you're too close to it. So
She immediately backs up.
And it will, if you're actively holding something that it's on, like when I was using my arrows that are now in it, when I was holding on to them, it would slowly try to creep up to get to me. So I would recommend not carrying it for too long before you like set it down to make sure it will go back to its idle state if it tries reaching your people while you're trying to move it. Please, please be very careful with it. It is clearly not inactive and should be handled as if it could still kill your people.
She lifts up a finger and then like slowly points down to it. I'll just get some professionals to take care of this then. I will want to be as far away from it as possible. But I will watch it until then.
I concur with that statement.
As she begins to stand guard, you notice that she kind of puts a finger up towards her ear and begins like mumbling some words as you proceed on your way. You start walking down the path, then I'd say within 5-10 minutes you run across the Cormac.
Oh, I was just about to come and give you some information.
Nice of you to take a party member with you for safety.
Nobody saw me, it doesn't matter. Anyways, there's so I've seen a symbol on some of the corpses, and down in the lower depths of the city, there was a ramshackle temple with a sun symbol, which is not really identical to what their symbol is, but has, I guess, similarities. Could be something we could look at. And then there's caves. I was following a set of footprints. They disappeared. Those were the two most likely locations around.
Were the footprints leading to where you were going or from where you were going?
I do believe to where I was going. Unless I was looking at it very wrong.
The footprints were, you're basically backtracking, so the footprints were leading like as if they were walking to this position. So they started there and were
So they
walking
started
here.
from there. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's where they came
From. Yep.
which will align with the fact
It's where
that she
they
said
came.
no one's come here and messed with the place, which is why I was confused if the footprints were going to or from this location.
Yeah, to be honest, I originally, when I heard it, I thought you said that
No.
footprints were leading from the corpses that way,
Gotcha.
not there to the corpses.
no.
So that's why
Yeah, you're backtracking.
slightly confused. All right. Yes, so they came from that way. My only assumption is either they came from the temple, or the caves. Caves being probably more likely than the other.
It wouldn't necessarily seem likely they'd come from a temple, but their creature was celestial in some regard, so who knows?
I don't know. It's just speculation
We'll have
at
to
this
check it
point.
out. But I think this area should be fine. What can we do about this person that looks like they have some sort of corruption on them? Can I? Actually, I don't know.
Oh,
How
didn't
how
we leave
exactly
that
does
area?
before we leave? How does this person
Hmm.
look like they're corrupted?
Their skin is slightly like purplish black. It's like it's in its blood, in their blood. Yeah. Like their veins are all like blackened.
So not something I can prestidigitation out.
Correct.
Okay.
With hellfire. Carmack's not there.
I don't know if lighting the body on fire is really gonna solve the problem. So unfortunately, I think.
Fire solves a lot of problems.
Do we know if the cultists are also corrupted in any sort of regard? Because that could be relevant information too for when they're cleaning up where they can put these remains, what they're allowed to do with them.
I
The one thing
mean,
I didn't put in my notes because I kind of missed what you said. What their glow was.
oh, their glow was kind of similar to the dead creature, just not quite as potent. And it was, hold on, I can, what is, you gathered it, so I should say this. You felt it on this one, but then you didn't feel it and you felt it on Cormac instead. But it was, oh God, what are these?
Was it the
The magic items. Yeah, the bracers
vine
here.
charm?
So
Or
yeah,
the bracer?
So it was the charm, the blighted vine charm. Yeah. So so the one that you felt over here that Cormac now had was is that conjuration? Druid craft? That. You feel that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, druid craft. And cast druid craft.
yeah. Though it feels slightly different. A little bit more darker. Same thing with the one that was over here. Same instance. Although this one is Thorn Whip. But that one is
Craft is a transmutation.
transmutation. Well, there you go.
If that's the specific spell you're
Yeah.
gonna base off,
Yeah.
it's a transmutation.
Basically, there is druid crafts, druid spells, but they're tied to the items.
Mm.
So they themselves were not magical, but yeah.
Okay.
So what happened to their weapons?
Their
Weren't
weapons?
they using weapons?
They were using knives with they're like silver knives with the skull on the end.
Ah.
Nothing.
That's the whole
Nothing
that's the whole
special.
group.
Oh, what?
in this twisted vine.
That was going to be my next question. Was when he asked about the cultists. Were you staying behind, or were you traveling with the rest of the party, meeting Cormac?
Oh yeah, I headed in his direction
Yeah.
first. But my question is he showing this twisted vine to everyone? Are they showing us?
I don't know. Cormac,
These
are you showing the party what you found, or no?
I'm not showing the vine charm or the bracers, but I am showing the sun trinket with the dark crystals, and the piece of cloth with the serpent eating the sun and the moon. That
Do
symbol.
recognize these symbols?
I was gonna say, if anyone is proficient in religion, go ahead and roll religion. Let's
You had the
Definitely
piece
not.
of glass wrapped in that cloth too.
Oh yeah, so I like kind of stumble grab the glass before I shatter it on the ground. And this as well. Like,
anyone,
don't know what it is, but
anyone
I rolled
look at it.
2 in religion.
proficient in religion, and anyone proficient in Arcana can roll Arcana.
Sweet, I can do that.
Yeah.
In which
19
great
Arcana.
roll. 15 Arcana.
I got 19 on the die and +2.
Okay.
So 21.
Those
That was religion one.
we'll start with Arcana first. So who rolled for Arcana?
Kane, Mip, and right, Mip.
Arcana, no.
No, you did religion. Okay.
Religion, yeah.
we both did religion.
Who else did the Arcana?
Me, Kurumi.
Kurumi. So
Okay, so what
Kane
did you
and
get?
Kurumi. I got a 15.
And
I have a 19.
19. Okay. You doing an Arcana check on this this glass, this blackened glass. You're getting this magical energy to it that very similarly matches the arcane energy of the Ichor. You also realize upon like inspection of this glass that the black is moving. Not like Ichor, like there's Ichor on it. Excuse me. But that it's almost like, you know how you have like tinted glass, but like think of like the tint is like moving on the glass.
Mm-hmm. I can picture it.
With those rolls, you can safely assume that they probably used whatever this glass used to be a part of to contain some of that ichor.
Do we keep it though? How dangerous would it be to keep this thing? Probably
You
too dangerous.
you do realize that Cormac is holding it in his hand, having almost dropped it.
He still has the cloth between his hand and it, yes?
Most
Cormac?
likely.
I guess because you said that you had to catch it as it dropped.
I might be holding it with just my hands, yeah. That would make sense.
Is it?
If I opened the cloth and forgot about it, and then it kind of just fell.
Is it doing anything that's like extremely erratic?
Roll a D1. No, just kidding. No, nothing's happening to his hand.
I was
Not to his hand, but to
my
the
big
like
yellow ball.
is the ichor in the glass like
There's
almost excessively trying to like reach him?
There is no ichor in the glass. It's just
I know
plain
that.
smoky glass.
But is the color of it trying to like reach him?
No, the color is just swirling through it. It's the magic of the glass, is what you're getting. It's what's you're getting the feeling is that magic is what is used to help contain it within the glass. Like it's the magic was. Kane would know this, having doing a lot of tinkering, especially with his parents and stuff. When infusing things with magic, especially like maybe some bottles and such, they kind of infuse the magic with the glass blowing, the melting of the glass and etc. Think of that, like same concept applies here. They must have infused the glass with the magic, and that's what allowed it to contain what was inside of it. So it's
They do it while they enchant it while they're creating
it. The vessel that contained the ichor previously.
Yeah. Yes. Or at some point did.
I mean,
like a seal.
If it's not like actively trying to get him, I suppose it's not gonna hurt. It'd be great if we could replicate it, though. I could try.
Those that rolled religion, what did you all get?
15.
21.
15.
Okay. You all take a look at the sun that's cracked with the black crystal in it, and you all recognize that the sun is the symbol for I have her for Galadriel, the Dawn Keeper. But it's
I was gonna say,
been twisted.
Despite not being particularly in religion, she would have an idea. So the snake would remind her of, like, since there's the sun and the moon there, they would represent like they'd be celestial bodies. So the snake represents the consumption of deities.
That's
Would
something
you?
completely different yet. And I'm talking about the symbol that
The symbol on their cloth.
that's the sun with the moon and the snake was the symbol on the cloth. Cormac had also shown the token, the cracked sun.
That's a different.
Yes. So that cracked sun used to be a symbol of Galadriel.
It feels
Mhm.
to be that route to the gods.
Lucius, remind me, do you have affiliation with that particular god, or was it the other one?
It was. Man, I forgot the name of it.
Can't remember if it was that one or Lumina.
Galadriel would be the one that my character most aligns with because she's got the domain of hope and new beginnings, optimism,
I mean,
etc.
Tell you
Does
right
the moon
now.
mean anything to me?
Oh, what was that, Cormac?
Well,
The moon, what does it represent? Potentially? Because I'm just wondering, because my god is... It has moon in the name, so I was just curious.
Gotcha. Zelius, what were you saying?
no, I don't think it was that one.
Okay, I think it's Lumina.
Well, his parents have two different ones, so
That's what I was wondering.
yeah.
So is
So
his...
one was Lumina, I think the other one was Celine.
Okay. Let's see here.
My character does the Galadriel.
What did you roll, Zelios?
15.
15. You having your close connection to the gods, right? You're receiving your power from them. Your magic comes from the gods, essentially. Looking at this symbol, you get this feeling from it of devouring, of destruction and hunger. You feel, it's almost like you can feel what the Ichor is trying to do, or I should say the crystal is essentially doing to this symbol, and what it's symbolizing is a devouring. And it kind of sparks a fear in you, but it's not your own fear.
And you said that symbol was. Did I say Galadriel?
Galadriel. Yep.
Galadriel. Okay.
Roll a history check, Cormac.
I muted 10.
A 10?
10.
Something seems pretty familiar about this symbol. You just can't quite put your finger on it. Very, very familiar.
How long has it been since I started my ritual cast?
Wow.
Are you talking about for
The comprehend languages.
comprehend languages? I'd say probably towards the end of it.
Okay.
What are you trying to do with it?
I was just curious. I just don't know if I would have noticed the symbol and might have been able to like read it or something.
Oh, the symbol of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
No, you. Hmm. Let's see. You're a wizard. No, I would say you probably don't recognize it.
Okay.
It's not a language, so to speak. You can tell that this. And I'd say pretty much any of you can take a look at this symbol and know that this is basically a banner for these cultists to hide behind. This is what they are. What they use to identify themselves and who they are.
Okay. It's more of a symbol than a word.
Exactly. And I mean, technically, Karami kind of hit it right on the head before about the snake eating the sun and moon.
Mm-hmm.
They're two celestial bodies being consumed. And I mean, she's not like religious, but she does, like I mentioned, Galadriel is her main one because of the hope, which is what she's all about.
Mhm.
So
What do you wish to do? Lots more.
I don't like those.
So the symbol is Galadriel.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
And he's pretty much going to tell them what he felt. How did you describe it again?
Like a devouring or a hunger, a destruction.
And this is the cracked sun symbol?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, he's pretty much going to let them know what he's feeling. He's tries to be in tune with the gods. I'm sure they know that now. So yeah, he wants to pretty much just tell them what he's feeling with that. Basically something. I feel like we're on the right path.
Well, then it's up to us to do something about it. She'll be all cheerful and bright.
Should we follow these tracks that Cormac found?
I mean, I believe we're done here, I believe, right? I think everyone feels we're pretty done here.
Well, maybe we should report it first.
I
You're
mean,
telling us
we can't report.
You want to give this information to our rabbit lady as well? It'd be better for them to know what we know, what we've found and stuff.
We didn't really find anything.
you
I
told us
found
about
stuff.
the
Okay.
god or whatever, right?
We did find stuff. What I mean is, our quest is to discover why this happened, who's really doing this, and like how they got away with it, and like all this stuff. Did we answer any questions?
Not exactly. I don't.
I mean, we figured out how it happened. It was some type of conjuration spell that made them all of a sudden show up when the beacon was lit. We were pretty much there and witnessed it.
But what conjuration spell?
That's the part. I can just tell that it was some type of weird magic combination of necromancy, conjuration, and some type of weird celestial style.
I'm
So
not
I'm not-
saying
But to know exactly what it is
Alright.
is
Yeah, so I'm
not guaranteed.
sure how humans' politics work. I know back home that if our leader asked us a question and we came back with parts of an answer, it didn't really help and it kind of just wasted time. So, I mean, I'll follow whatever you guys want to do, but I feel like we should follow the footsteps and keep going, or the trail could just grow colder.
Yeah, if there's he who can do it, he knows who has or did it himself.
Just saying.
I mean, we could still give the information that we currently have with the person that's here representing the Queen
I say
as we continue.
I mean,
may pay to investigate who is capable of such things.
done by any means.
Good question. Didn't you guys
Mhm.
already leave?
Nope. They're still with you.
No, I mean like the center area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we've already kind of left them without any explanation.
Yeah, it was about like 5-10 minutes away.
yeah, so I mean, we could send someone to just go deliver a message if someone wants to write it down, or
Well,
Sit
you're
there.
right. We're already here. We might as well keep going.
It's not like any of the information we gained was like necessary to their cleanup per se.
so we should keep going.
Did any of y'all say out loud what god it was that you saw on the walls?
Lucy just mentioned Galadriel.
I don't
from
think we went over my religion check.
Yeah, that we sort of recognize the symbol.
Yeah. So yeah, basically those of you that rolled religion checks recognized that the symbol was Galadriel's. Lucius
Mhm.
specifically because of his being a cleric. I guess Mip or I don't know what class you are.
Monk.
Monk. Say with Lucius being a cleric, he got a little bit more feeling from the token, but you all recognize it as Galadriel's.
Makes sense.
Them said it out loud, so I can't put in my notes.
Yeah, okay, I remember now with the cracked sun and the snake, and
Hmm.
I had to step away for a second at the time. My bad.
No, you're good.
It's okay.
Are we going to continue, or are we going to turn around and inform someone?
Mm,
Well, we
I
have
say
two,
Cormac Litoy.
we've got two locations we can look at. The temple, and then there's the caves. So
Well,
the
we
two
gotta
most
pick
likely
one to
locations
do
they could have come
first.
from.
You can't do both.
Well,
Not at the same time.
Well,
the temple is there, and then we could probably just head off to the caves afterwards. Because who knows how
Just
long
check.
the caves are, or where they lead.
Yeah. Check the temple because it'd be shorter if it's empty.
Who knows, maybe they have the crypts and it leads to the caves anyways.
I look at the caves like it's where I would want to go because I just because of the dark vision and stuff. I'm like, looking at the cave. I'm like, yeah. What's wrong with the cave? No.
I feel like the church, the temple is probably a good idea too. More likely for people to clean up evidence quicker.
Then let's go to the temple before they are able to
We can go,
mount
we can
anything
go to
else.
the caves
If
afterwards.
that's where they came from.
Very well.
And I'm gonna lead everyone down to the level where the temple is.
All right. You
And Lucius' pets, turtles and pimps. Mip's had before they start going.
Lots of praying. She'll probably climb up. She's tired of walking.
Lucius is a cat person now.
Apparently.
You guys.
He just finds that talking cats fascinating.
Mip loves to walk. He finds the exercise and his cat body very empowering.
Yeah. You can exercise for both of us.
And like they're weird, nervous pets too. They're not like just like a cat.
He just kind of like shoves you further into your hand and purrs like, yeah, head boop.
As you progress down the streets, you wind through them as Cormac leads you through the winding. You begin to see as you descend the different levels of the city. Where you were at before with the festival, everything was cheery, everything was clean and organized. And as you proceeded onto the lower levels, things began to be a little more chaotic, maybe a little bit of garbage here and there. And then as you proceeded further down, there's more garbage and, slop, and just the plumbing is just not there. Rather than having these magical lanterns on the streets, there's just torches or candles. Not a whole lot of. You can tell that this is where people that can't afford things is where they live. And eventually, he takes you to the square where he lost the tracks of these footprints. And you, those who rolled high in the religion check, immediately notice that the temple is the very same symbol that the cracked sun is, despite missing half of the sun that's on the temple, because the temple has just been left to ruin, so to speak.
That's unfortunate.
Guys,
I mean, that makes it decently likely that they'd be holed up in a temple of disuse from their enemy, kind of like haha, we've won sort of place.
I feel like this is the same symbol on the temple, despite having the cracked piece lost at some point.
Well, first of all, welcome to the slums, and second of all, we told you so.
Cormac, you begin to realize that that's where I saw the symbol before. As you proceed,
I knew it.
as you proceed to move towards the temple, Turtle and Mip, you begin to feel the hairs on the back, well, on your back, I guess I should say, not really the back of your neck, but the hairs on your back begin to like prickle and stand up as you kind of feel this presence.
Lucian immediately in his head hears danger.
What's going on?
We're not alone.
What do you mean?
There's a predator here.
You feel that it's not just a predator, more that it is the feeling that the blight that infected your home is here somewhere.
Okay.
But a predator all the same.
Yeah. So she starts with there's a predator here. She's gonna jump down and she's gonna make it look like she's sniffing. But she's gonna sort of use her natural magic sense that she knows is connected to the blight. Nobody else knows that, not even Mip. To sort of find its way home, if that makes sense.
You're sniffing around. Your eyes close for a moment as you reach into your being, drawing on your life force, the ether that is your being, your magic. And almost without thinking, your foot moves forward, and then the next one, and the next one, as you kind of just move, almost of your will, but not of your will at the same time. And you guys notice as Turtle begins to walk into this dilapidated temple. This temple used to be built with this white stone with a giant sun right in the very top center of it. Half of the sun is gone, which is what you saw back in the little square that you were in before. There are vines that are just crawling all up this. It has been taken both by nature and, it seems, by man, as different chunks of it has just fallen apart, not in use anymore. You... Go ahead.
No, continue.
Oh, okay. Which is strange, because being a temple for Galadriel, the Dawnkeeper, you would think that this place would be managed very well. You know, you've seen temples before in your travels, whether it's Dawnkeeper or the Lightbringer or any other temple. Like, this one seemed to have fallen in disarray, whether it was people that just didn't seem to follow, or people have lost hope down here in the slums of ever, climbing out of here, that they've just let it be taken by the elements. Turtle walks through a small hole in the door and walks into the middle of this temple.
You can't leave her alone in there. Weapons up, just in case.
Lucia's following.
I also stick with the
By
group.
weapons up, she brings her microphone to her mouth, ready to give inspiration to anyone but herself.
What do I see?
You
closed your eyes.
You walk through the door. Still, your eyes are closed, but you feel like you can feel everything. You feel the vines that are all over this building. You feel them branching throughout the whole entire temple. You feel the calling, the desire to be one with the nature that has devoured this building, that has consumed it, that has made it part of its very existence. You open your eyes and you realize that you have walked the entire center of the chapel, and you are sitting right in front of the altar. The altar is cracked halfway down the middle. Black vines have covered this whole entire altar, and they kind of reach up, entwining with themselves as if it was meant to hold something.
When she realizes she's surrounded by her worst fear, there's going to be the loudest stray cat yelp any of you have ever heard, and she will sprint back out the door and probably claw her way up the nearest person.
Karami, you now have a cat that has clawed its way up onto your shoulder and clinging for dear life.
Are you all right here?
There is death inside.
As you all...
She'll, pat to, try and calm her down.
No. Nope.
No?
Claws in.
Go ahead and just go ahead and just roll off against me, please.
Wait, what?
Roll off.
Roll a
I'm-
d20.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like completely calm you down, but
I rolled a 15.
you can, I believe. What would be going against the sort of
Was it a saving throw or just a roll off?
It's a roll off.
wouldn't necessarily be a saving
What,
throw.
what are we
but
what are we trying to do?
Yeah, I'm really confused right now.
I'm gonna be attempting a sort of effect to calm her.
Your closet.
What would the bonus be against it though?
Against what?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't.
Like, are you casting a
Calm.
spell, or is this just an action that you're trying to do?
Or are you just
Particularly.
trying to
No.
cover? Like, what exactly are you doing? Because I'm. She just saw her greatest fear in the
Mhm.
entire world. I think without magic, there's a very low chance of calming her down right now.
Right.
Mhm. Would it be probably be against the Arcana because you would be because I am using an effect. It's not.
Attempting to position yourself between the threat and
Well,
her.
he is currently. I climbed my way up.
Yeah.
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 But what effect are you using?
It'd
Like
be an
hypnotism
Arcana-based thing.
spell? What is it called? What are you using?
I have an actual thing for it. It's more just along her lines of bardic things. Like she's just trying to inspire hope back into you, particularly.
So you're using your inspiration?
Pretty much, yes.
Isn't
But
inspiration?
I'm using it in a way that you can roll off to, like, you'll still get the bardic inspiration effect, but it's sort of like a calm spell, but not particularly because I don't have access to that.
I would say you would try to, but as she kind of said, like, this is her worst fear. Basically, she just kind of like looked at death in the face. Especially something that had traumatized her from her home. So outside of casting any sort of like charm person or something like that, probably wouldn't do much. She might feel maybe some sort of effect, but this is a scared cat.
Yes.
Oh, go
But
ahead.
I still am. The best I have right now is bardic inspiration.
It's up to the DM.
I'd say you could take the bardic inspiration if you feel that it would do anything, but otherwise feel free to not and say that it didn't succeed.
For the sake of RP, she's probably going to feel your sense of trying to help. And she'll detract her claws and like run to the back of the party because that helped her get the push she needs to get away from the danger instead of clinging to the closest thing. She's gonna go to the back of the party and probably hide behind whoever's there.
That's good enough for.
Yeah, she needs to get away from the danger.
This is like back a toe run and do their thing. And he goes
I
back at
rolled
the altar.
extraordinarily good for, even if it's not gonna like calm you or make you afraid, but it would at least be able to like snap you out of the completely like quote unquote frightened or terrified phase.
Yep.
Like I said,
flat 19 already, and assuming persuasion being +6 would be a whole 25 to like persuade you that you can overcome this, even if you're not gonna like do any like actual like confronting right now.
Right.
Yeah,
But
like I said, it did give her the push she needed to get off you and go to the back of the party. So I said it worked.
Yeah, and just so we
Beautiful.
like in the future, let's just make sure like
Mhm.
I'll say when people roll because sometimes it won't be a roll, sometimes it will.
Fair
I
enough.
just want to make sure that we keep things going. Lucius, what
Mhm.
were you saying?
Yeah, after he witnessed all that, he's gonna look back at the altar and see if he sees anything. What frightened Turtle. If he sees
Yeah, I
anything
think we
like a
wanna
creature or whatever it was.
slowly enter the area.
So
Does someone want to stay back with Turtle? Because she probably doesn't want to go in.
so Lucius, um you give me a perception check.
Oh my god, that's an 8.
Okay. You kind of see the obvious. You see what you'd normally see in a temple, lots of pews, altar right at the very front. You do see the altar is cracked directly in half. Well, at an angle. But then it is overtaken by these black vines, and these black vines do like they cover like the altar itself, but in the middle they kind of connect, intertwine with each other, and almost looking like it was meant to hold something.
Mhm.
You don't see anything else beyond that.
Uh, he turns to Turtle, or in the direction of Turtle, wherever she is hiding. Turtle, did you see something? Um,
In your head, you sort of get like a very quick slideshow of it, like the images of the room covered in tentacles, the in the front of the church, the vine like twisted stand, and then you get a sense of her fear. She's using her racial empath ability to share her emotions with somebody. And then at the end, you sort of feel it. There's like a dark chokehold, not on her heart, but as a fellow caster, you sense it's from her source.
that's such an ugly feeling. Turtle, thank you for sharing that with me.
She's probably just shaking.
Guys, I think we're definitely in the right spot.
Would seem so.
Would make sense.
There's at least something here related to. I mean, something, I guess.
Maybe we should all look around for clues. Maybe something that goes near that altar, or something that fell from it, or
Investigate the temple area. Again, does someone want to stay out with uh Turtle? Is it like is just Mip gonna be the one to stay out with Turtle, or did we want someone else? Because just to like keep her company and
On
what
instinct, she's probably hiding behind Mip, and she's probably gonna bury her face like in his side.
Being how this is more of a church slash crypt, it's not necessarily that I'm not necessarily a religious person, so I could just stick behind.
just in case maybe they want someone else here with them.
Mm-hmm. I could stick behind right outside the door.
Yeah, you won't be far in case something happens, but
Yeah.
Cormac, you're pretty good at finding tracks, it seems like. Is anything you think that pops out to you?
Does anything pop out, like, particularly?
Give me a... Are you... Well, give me an investigation check.
Investigation check. Okay. That would be a 15.
15? With your dabbling in less than favorable dealings and getting into places where you should not be getting into, your keen eye begins to kind of look over the different areas, maybe looking for, some traps or different mechanisms that you might kind of look for. Your immediate thought is the altar. Something with these branches, like they're meant to hold something. You don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing, but you kind of look around and doesn't seem to be anyone here. It looks like an old rundown temple. You do see the dust has been lifted as if people have been here recently. It hasn't been left abandoned for centuries with a layer of dust. Like there's traffic seems to kind of go up to the temple to the altar, maybe even to the room beyond, but in essence something is strange about this altar. Even looks to have some sliding marks.
I'm gonna point it out, I guess. I don't really... I don't know. Like half of that I heard, but...
Where are these sliding marks at? Like
behind the altar.
Okay.
Yep.
Object that could be...
So this is gonna go up to it, and if he sees those sliding marks, he's gonna try moving the altar.
Give me a strength check.
Oh my good God. That's that one.
You lean into it, you put your shoulder to it, and you swear to God it's moving until you take a step back and realize it was just your feet sliding in the dust.
It's a little slippery here. Y'all want to come give me a hand?
I would assist, but my strength
The
isn't
rabbit will
really
give it a
my...
shot.
I think anything would
isn't
help.
my place.
We do it together.
Give me
Yeah,
a strength check.
Like,
I could totally
assist?
help.
Sure.
but not like do
But,
the strength rolls for someone else.
I'll
has
say
advantage or
with
something?
3 of you guys, I mean, normally I do like the whole help is a +1, but I'll give you advantage to whoever wants to roll the strength check.
Not me. I got a +0. I'm not strong. I'm a measly elf
Mine is
lady.
3. I'm not.
Can I? I guess, can I retry?
Sure.
I mean,
Okay.
Either that
You
or
can
just
do it with advantage then.
so
What'd you say?
I said you can do it with advantage then.
With advantage?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
you have like 3 or 2 other people helping you.
Okay, if I get 2 ones. Holy shit, bro. That's
All 3 of you are there. One's putting their shoulder into it, one's putting their back into it, the other is just like leaning all in and still not moving it. You get
all right. How about the rabbit tries?
You kind of get the feeling though, Cormac, that something is preventing it from moving.
Well, I would assume that there is some sort of magical something causing this not to move. Anyone with
Or a lever?
The ability to, or it could also be just normally locked. Who knows? I'm not really sure.
You
I'm gonna look. Is there any like actual like locks anywhere? Or,
there's
like,
no
levers.
there's no actual locks or levers, just the vines.
Oh.
You swear this seems
I'm
kind of
gonna-
familiar to you. You just can't quite put your finger on it.
You said that something could hold something.
Yeah, the vines.
I'm gonna grab the blighted vine charm from the bag from a pouch that I have. I'm just gonna like look at it and place it there, just to for shits and giggles, I guess.
You put the blighted vine charm on there, nothing happens.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna put the serpent, like the sun trinket thing, or a sun trinket.
The cracked one,
Yeah.
you put that onto the vines, and the vines begin to grasp the trinket, covering over the cracks that are over the sun, like where the black crystal is. And you feel this slight rumble as the altar moves. And upon doing so, the altar, now broken in half, literally just like crumbles and breaks apart. But now there is a hole in the ground with stairs leading down into blackness.
Lucy looks at Cormax and kind of like pats his head. Good job.
Please don't do that ever again. I would very much appreciate a handshake instead. I'm gonna put the vine charm away.
And there is where we will end the session for tonight. Oh, I wanted you guys to get there so bad. I was like, how can I get them there? Oh.
Struggling so hard.
But yes, that is
Yeah.
the end of episode 2, which is what did I title this one? Oh, Whispers Beneath the Light.
Meow.
Meow. As I do in every fashion. I guess the second time I'm doing it. Stars and Wishes. Carl, since you don't know, Stars and Wishes I like to do at the end of the episodes. It's just a way to kind of get feedback from the players, what you liked, what you didn't like, what you want more of in the future. Kind of an opportunity to give stars to individuals for whatever you want to give it for, whether it's great role play, a specific interaction that happened, or something cool, like, oh, I loved it when you described the way that you stuck your knife into the guy's throat and blah, whatever you want to do. It's just an opportunity to hear from everyone and just kind of get their vibes and where everyone's at. So let's start with I don't remember who we started with, so we're gonna do. I know you weren't here for the entirety of it all, but Zelios, what would you say would be a stars and wishes for you?
Well, first off, I want to apologize for not being here for the whole thing because I was a little lost when I came back. I was like, "Damn it, what are we doing?" But I promise I'll be here. I promise I'll be here for all of it next time.
All good, bro.
No going out of town and getting sunburned. But oh man, I feel like I can't really say too much on this one just because I was kind of there at the end. But I do like how the story's progressing and how we're getting to like I don't know, it seems very part of the blight and stuff. Stars. I don't know. I think I might have to think of this one a little bit more. But I do like that we're getting into this. Finding clues on this, where what this goo stuff originated from. How right now, I really love that none of us pushed that thing open and we all failed it. God damn. But
It was beautiful to witness.
yeah, how stupid we.
I was gonna debate, like, does my character step in with her terrible strength and just be like, "Watch how it's done, boys," and then also probably completely fail anyway.
Needless to say, no matter what you probably would have rolled, it wouldn't have opened it. So
Yeah.
My character wasn't gonna strength open anything. Trust me.
Yeah, I remember that you said that there was something that could hold something. I'm like, well, I'm gonna go out on a limb. It's gonna be something to do with vines or a symbol. So it's gonna be this. No, it's not.
I was hoping that me saying like, something seems vaguely familiar about this would have like triggered like, oh
Yeah.
hey, he said the same thing about the sun.
I was leading
Stars-
them to the church anyways.
just because I didn't hear anything. I mean, I do like. Well, I think one thing. I guess I'll give it to Turtle on this one because I do like how, like I guess the way she was like describing what she felt, and to Lucius like sharing that feeling. That was pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
Wishes. I think I would probably ask for maybe more like character rotation. I mean, we were doing it when I first came up, but as we're doing stuff, that'd probably be it.
Cool. Thank you. Let's go Vector.
Star, we have a new person with us. Amazing. Yeah, I agree with Zelios. Wish, maybe focus on one person for too long. Keep it rotating, if possible. Other than that, very good. Amazing, loved it.
Cool. Let's go Glacian.
Well, obviously, Star going to the new person, it does bring out the best of the character to see how they interact. Wishes, I'm going to have to follow the crowd, but following one person does get a little bit, I'd say, redundant, or well, stale would be the better term for it. But aside from that, I've got nothing else to complain about.
Cool. Anime, since you're using the same one.
Yep. There's honestly a decent number of stars I could give for different things. So while I don't know, I mean, I guess I give small stars to a couple of people. Like Mip did a good job for first time, especially with some of the role play of like bringing the giant turkey leg back to Turtle. Turtle's role play with when she was terrified was phenomenal, and Cormac and Kane did an amazing work during our investigation. So I think all of them for sure pulled lots of weight between whether it was the role playing they were doing or the actual work they were putting into our investigation, which I value both. So, other than that, I felt it was fine. I don't really have anything else.
All right. DJ?
Just thought today's session was just overall better. Everybody all was able to do something, so it wasn't necessarily like one person was left out. I just kind of wish that the allergies weren't so bad, and I would have had more sleep last night. I could have contributed more because I'm still running literally on 4 hours of sleep.
Wishes
Oh, geez.
destroy allergy.
I'll get the Queen of Lunaria
I have been
on that.
awake since like 7:30 a.m. after falling asleep at like 3 a.m.
Well,
I'm
who's
still
fault
trying
is
to
that?
run.
You went to bed at 3 in the morning.
I couldn't sleep. I was literally laying in bed staring at the ceiling for like 2 hours.
Right, right at 10 or 11.
It sucks right now. But no, I thought the session was pretty good.
Any stars?
Basically give one to everybody. It's Turtle with role play with the being scared. Mip with being more of a cat, not knowing that it was also Gamalkin for a while. Lucius for being there until all of a sudden some random person took control of Lucius again.
He still left
Yeah.
his body for a minute.
Yep. Yeah, I'd say everybody pretty much gets one. Everybody contributed in their own way.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a monk. Sometimes it's easier to just meow at somebody than talk to them.
Let's see. Let's do Turtle.
Hell yeah. I mean, again, anyone could get a star in this session. It was very roleplay heavy, and everybody did their thing. But personally, I think I'm going to give my star to Cormac for the investigation. Took the initiative, and he got stuff using his abilities that the rest of us couldn't have, which was sick.
Thank you.
As far as wishes, I think you already addressed this, but that the DM should decide when and what we roll and why. But I mean, again, that was already addressed, so I don't really have anything else.
Cool. And last but certainly not least, Mip.
All right. First off, I'm very happy that you guys can invite me on this adventure. It has been a great time so far. I would really love to appreciate Glaceon on the being talkative and getting things figuring out questions, like asking the questions, trying to get answers, putting us in a direction that helps the whole party know where to move on and what has happened and what's going to happen. Also, Cormac and Lucius, Kane, and Turtle, just very effective immersion. And I'm going to have to go against everybody. I don't think that sometimes focusing on one character for a bit is such a bad thing, but it really depends on how long our campaign is going to last. If it's a long campaign, then like it's not such a bad thing to get one person's thing going on, because it can always take over from another perspective one or two plays later. It's not that big of a deal, but if it's a short campaign, yeah, you don't want to spend too much time on one person. But I really appreciated the immersion that everybody provided today. Just such a good job all around, especially with the DM. You did a great job painting the story, giving a vivid picture, and I guess that's about all I got.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, so many gold stars from my perspective. I was like trying to get you guys to like move into the investigative part. We're like, no, we need to go take a sleep. I'm like, all right, I guess I gotta paint this one out here real quick. So you guys are definitely keeping me on my toes. But no, I liked the whole Nip and Turtle in the bedroom of like Tuna, and like I could literally like picture the two cats' heads like poking up at the word tuna and
Yes.
looking at them.
Yeah.
So like that was perfect. Cormac in true Cormac fashion, investigating and kind of like echoing Turtle, like, yep, I'm just gonna go, and I half expected you to turn around and be like, hey guys, I found these footprints. Where you're like, nah, I'm gonna go investigate this, and you just kind of like kept going. I'm like, okay, how far am I gonna let him go before I have him turn back? So that was
Yeah, to the point where I tried talking
I
to
was
him, and I
planning
forgot he
to
wasn't even there.
right.
Yeah, I don't think most of us saw him leave, but a
No.
lot of us noticed he had left.
So it was great.
So, like, you started talking to him, and then you turn around, you're like, "Oh, he's not here."
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
Now we
perfect.
have a lone wolf.
Oh, I loved it. I liked Kane using the magic detection to kind of help bring into light this blight because I don't know how long this campaign's going to be. I've never done a campaign before, so I don't know how to really say if a campaign is going to be long or not. I'm hoping that it's going to be a long one, and there's very
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. There's some very like interesting things that I want to bring about this blight, and you guys are just going to uncover the surface of it. And so I really hope that it will continue to make you think and question, you know, like what it is that's causing this, why it's causing it, and going on from there. Mist with the slate. Still staying true to that, although now we're adding in a little bit of magic to allow him to speak, which is very interesting with Karami. And trying to, I like the mother kind of vibe coming in, like trying to you know, reassure Turtle, and you know, in light of the big fear that she ran into, which I also have to give props to for the fear thing. I'm really excited to see where that goes. We might have to have a talk about that some more. But yeah, and then of course Lucius, we love our cleric in here. I'm excited to see where that goes, and trying to bring into the world the clerics, the gods. And you're kind of like that window within the party, so I wanted to kind of bring in your touch with it, and your playing with it and your deep background is going to help out with that. So, I mean, that's a gold star with you with staying onto that and helping me along with the story in that regard. But yeah, otherwise, my wishes for the future, honestly, are just let's keep having fun. If there are any issues that you want to bring up with me, go right ahead. I will do my best to, you know, take care of those issues. I will do my best in the future to also kind of rotate around. I try my best, I promise. But yeah, we'll see what the next session brings as we dive into this dilapidated chapel, or temple, I should say. Thank you
Sounds
all.
like a good time.
Yeah, you know it. Thank you all so much for coming, hanging out with me, and having some fun. And we
I
will
hope you have a wonderful night.
absolutely, you guys all too. And I will see you in 2 weeks for the next episode, which I still do not have a title for, but maybe I'll have to start coming up with a title for these things earlier. But all in all,
Fairy Trails is next week.
Fairy
he said in-
Trails. Fairy Trails.
I do have progress made, so
Oh, nice. Awesome.
But we're not going to be seeing everyone here necessarily.
True.
no, but they could tune in.
And
I mean,
Nervous and a little excited to see what happens with Lucius next episode, actually.
Mhm.
Oh God.
I'm excited for all of you. Like,
Yeah.
I cannot wait. Like, I'm ready to see you guys interacting more with the cult and unleashing more of what this cult is.
Oh no, it's a lot of cultists.
More
Fireball!
cultists.
About
But no, thank you guys. I
Why does
appreciate
the
it.
room smell like smoke?
oh, yeah.
Head pats for everyone.
Hi, Pats.
I'm excited for the next one.
Awesome. Yeah, I will
2 weeks.
do this. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.